Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Welcome to everyone and good morning. My name is Martin Chonkwitz. I'm the member of the board of the French Chamber of Commerce in the UAE, CCI France UAE. I'm also an entrepreneur, starting two companies called Infominio in brain showing and data exchange. And I'm also the happy father of 3.5 children. It is my privilege to be the master of ceremony of the third edition of Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi, on the theme today being the UAE becoming an international hub for talents, organized in partnership with the Embassy of France, the Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi, and Les Entretiens de Royaumont. This conference is a very unique and special event for quite a few reasons. It is special from the quality of its audience. We are honored to have His Excellency Dr. Thani Al-Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, through a video message, Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Chauvel, Regional Economic Counselor for the Arabian Peninsula at the Embassy of France, Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian, former Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, and His Excellency Dr. Zaki Nusaibeh, who is Cultural Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates, Chancellor of the UAE, and former Minister of State for Cultural and Public Diplomacy. Today, more than 300 of you are attending this plenary session in person or via live streaming, whether based in the Middle East or coming from France for the occasion. It is a pleasure to see that our audience is very diverse today, with participants coming from a multitude of sectors, be it private or public sector, and with very different profiles: entrepreneurs, C-level executives, students, graduates. In other words, a very good mix of talents, which is a key for a successful event. I would like to thank our corporate sponsors, our gold sponsors, Total Energy and Chaloup Group, and our silver sponsors, BNP Paribas, Société Générale, Technip Energy, and Thales, for their continuous support during the past month. This conference is also special by its location. On behalf of CCI France UAE, we would like to thank Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi for placing their trust in us by accepting to organize this event. I would like especially to acknowledge the outstanding work done by their teams across all departments to help us create and run this exciting project. Today's conference is also special by its themes and objectives. Inspired by Les Entretiens de Royaumont, founded in 2003 at the Royaumont Abbey in France, Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi aims to promote an open exchange of ideas. This year's theme is about a knowledge-based economy, centered on human capital. The knowledge economy is defined as an economic system in which the production of goods and services is based principally on knowledge-intensive activities that contribute to the advancement in technical and scientific innovation. As we say in France, nous n'avons pas de pétrole, mais nous avons des idées. We don't have oil, but we have ideas. Here in the UAE, we have both oil and ideas. Transitioning to a post-oil economy, the vision of the UAE is to base the development and on the diversification of economic resources, as well as the use of greener sources of energy. The role of youth is pivotal as it represents the sustainability leadership for tomorrow. The UAE government is implementing a variety of adjustments and transformations in both its economic and foreign policies. It also understands the importance and value of the Emirati talent pool being in part included in the broader private sector. We can see, for example, the trend in Emiratization, where the UAE government is striving to get more Emiratis working in the private sector to get them discover the best practices in global businesses. When it comes to France, France is the fourth largest investor in the UAE. More than 600 French companies are based here, including many of the CAC 40 companies. The UAE is also the largest French expatriate community in the Middle East, with nearly 30,000 people. Finally, our conference is also special by its momentum. The conference is strategic as it comes as one of the economic components of the Emirati-French strategic dialogue. This dialogue was strengthened by the recent visit of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed bin Nahyan to France and the creation of the high-level UAE-French Business Council, co-presided by His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber, Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, Managing Director and Group CEO of ADNOC, Chairman of Masdar, and the United Arab Emirates Special Envoy for Climate Change, and with Patrick Pouyanné, Chairman and CEO of Total Energy. But I will leave it to our distinguished speakers to elaborate on this. At the CCI France UAE, we are convinced that the UAE and France will find great synergies in addressing these topics together. In this context, panels and keynotes will focus on the strategies, policies, and investments to transition to a knowledge economy, the role and adaptation of higher education and digitalization of learning to upskill the youth, creation of an innovation ecosystem to attract and retain innovative technologies with incubators, SMEs, and entrepreneurs, and the role of the private sector in hiring and promoting talents. As usual, during such an event, I will request you to put your mobile on silent, and you can now scan the QR code that's going to be on the screen behind me to access the program of the day. You will also be able to ask your questions all along the conference by using the WhatsApp number that is not going to be showing on the screen because it's actually the QR code, sorry. We will screen those questions and select a few to be asked to the panelists. And if ever you don't have the time to ask your questions, there's going to be a cocktail towards the end where the panelists will stay and you can have more direct conversations. We'll do our best to answer as many of the questions as time permits. If you publish on social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, or whichever media you use, don't forget to tag us with the hashtag Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi 2022. For those who need it, there is simultaneous translation available in French on channel number 1 and in English on channel number 2. If you don't have a headphone, the hostesses around the room can provide you with one if you need it. But now, without further ado, I want to welcome Geoffroy Buntel, the President of CCI France UAE.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What a great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of CCI France UAE in this prestigious auditorium, the Zayed Theatre of La Sorbonne, Abu Dhabi. There are two reasons that make me particularly proud of this event today. The first one is to see so many representatives of both French and Emirati authorities and companies. Later in November, we will celebrate the first anniversary of CCI France UAE's creation. CCI France UAE aims at strengthening the relationship, at building bridges between French and Emirati companies. And that's why we have been glad and honored by the great support we have received from the Emirati authorities to make this event happen today. Starting with the patronage of His Excellency Dr. Al-Zayoudi, Minister of International Trade, the participation of His Excellency Zaki Nusseibeh, cultural advisor to the president of the UAE, but also a member of the very prestigious Institut de France in Paris. And of course, the presence of His Excellency Jean-Yves Le Drian, former Minister of French Foreign Affairs, and European Foreign Affairs, is such a tribute to the strength of this relationship. The second reason that makes me happy or proud is the theme, the topic of today. The UAE toward an international hub for talent. What is more important than talent nowadays? The UAE is one of the fastest growing economies in the world as we speak. Why? Is it just because of the high price of commodities? Or isn't it first and foremost because or thanks to an early investment in attracting, in promoting talents? That was, if we look back in time, clearly embedded in the National Vision 2021. And in 2022, the UAE has been ranked number 4 in the Global Talent Competitiveness Index of INSEAD when it comes specifically to talent attraction. But talent is not just about business and economic. There is no great country, no lasting nation, no influential community, indeed, without a strong focus on education, on innovation, on knowledge, on culture. And I think this is a strong belief rooted in the French thoughts of the philosophers from the humanists to the Enlightenment. And tackling this topic today of talents, in the Sorbonne Abu Dhabi, in presence of His Excellency Zaki Nusseibeh, on the very same day where we celebrate the 5th anniversary of Le Louvre Abu Dhabi, make this topic of talent very relevant beyond just business considerations. I would like to thank Jérôme Chartier, the president and founder of Les Entretiens de Royaumont, for partnering with us once again after the 2 first editions of 2016 and 2018 and the prologue that took place during Expo 2020 Dubai. And since I have already mentioned a couple of anniversaries today in my speech, I can of course not miss wishing my dear Jérôme a happy birthday, because it is precisely today your birthday. Thank you for him. I would like also to express my gratitude to Dr. Silvia Serrano and all the team of La Sorbonne Abu Dhabi for hosting us, of course, and for the great support provided to organize this event, to Mr. Jean-Baptiste Chauvel and the French Embassy. Obviously, this is a strong partnership to make this kind of event happen. Thank you to the team of CCI France UAE, Neila, our project lead, but also Olivier, Ruby, Abu Bakr, Coralie, Orsolia, Munia, under the leadership of Agnès Lopez-Cruz. Thank you to our partners and our gold sponsors. Yeah, you can. And thank you to our partners and our gold sponsors, especially Total Energy and Chaloup Group. Thank you to our Master of Ceremony, Martin, our moderators on the panel and the speakers. And last but not least, I could not conclude without expressing my great gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for being such a welcoming country. I arrived in this country 10 years ago, in December 2012. I guess another anniversary to celebrate coming soon. And I came initially for 3 years. And 10 years down the road, I have to say that I've been amazed by the great opportunities that this country has offered to myself and my family. As the UAE are entering a new phase of their history, I think we should all be ready for a very exciting time to come. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion today to explore new opportunities and to get inspired. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Geoffroy. It's an honor to share the opening speech video of His Excellency Dr. Thani Al-Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade and patron of this conference.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bonjour. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to today's dialogue, which is focused on UAE's efforts to become an international hub for talent. These efforts are a central part of our new economic agenda, one that is focused on fostering innovation, integrating advanced technology, and developing the skills of tomorrow. With the UAE, France is an important partner in our journey to reimagine our economy in preparation for the next 50 years. Our two countries enjoy strong cultural, political, and economic ties that date back to establishments of the UAE in 1971. Non-oil trade between the UAE and France surpassed $5.3 billion in the first 8 months of 2022, a growth of 29% over the same period in 2021. France is now the UAE's third largest EU trading partner, accounting for 10% of the UAE's trading with the European Union. In terms of investment, France is the biggest source of FDI from EU countries, which totaled $2.5 billion at the end of 2020. Today, the UAE is also home to more than 30,000 French citizens, with more than 600 French companies operating here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as the UAE continues to diversify its economy, we envision a future that portrays sustainable economic growth through embracing the fourth industrial revolution and digitalizing our national economy. To achieve this mission, the UAE is working to attract a new form of foreign direct investments to help accelerate our industrial ambitions. We are open to all forms of capital, human, technological, and financial. And each will help us to foster the industrial of the future, incubate pioneering new projects, and create a supportive, collaborative business ecosystem. The UAE's digital economy is currently worth $27 billion, and we aim to double the contribution of the digital sector to GDP over the next 2 years. From data flows and e-commerce to e-learning and other emerging forms of digitalization, we will continue to build on the country's digital landscape. For instance, the National Program for Coders, which was established in collaboration with many big companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, IBM, NVIDIA, and Meta, will train and attract 100,000 coders and help form 1,000 digital companies within the upcoming 5 years. In July this year, we also launched our Next-Gen FDI initiative to fast-track the market entry of the world's most exciting digital-enabled companies. We have already welcomed companies at the cutting edge of robotics, blockchain, and agri-tech. This month, we also hosted the first-ever Next-Gen Talent Forum, in which world tech leaders offer the UAE students guidance and insights on Web3 careers. Our entrepreneurs and small businesses also have a vital role to play in accelerating our economic growth, and their ingenuity and adaptability will be crucial to our transition toward a competitive, innovative, and knowledge-based economy. We have launched a number of programs to support their adoption of advanced technology, offer financing solutions, partner with like-minded companies around the world. At the same time, our comprehensive economic partnership agreements are expanding the UAE's global trading network to create opportunities in priority sectors, particularly renewable energy, medtech, and food security. Ladies and gentlemen, the bold and forward-looking measures adopted by the UAE to transform our economy has created opportunities for every single one of you here today. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in today's forum, as I'm certain it will drive important dialogue between the UAE and France and help shape a better future for our youth. I wish you all a very productive discussion, and I look forward to the outcomes of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm now pleased to welcome on stage Mr. Jean-Baptiste Chauvel, Regional Economic Counselor of the Arabian Peninsula at the Embassy of France in the UAE. Jean-Baptiste, please.
Excellencies, Monsieur le Ministre, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, ahlan wa sahlan wa mahlaban. As the Regional Economic Counselor of the French Embassy in the United Arab Emirates, this is a great honor and a true pleasure to open this third edition of Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi here at the Sorbonne, Abu Dhabi. Firstly, in the name of all the French Embassy, I warmly thank His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade, for his patronage. His support is of particular value, especially as regards the theme discussed today, the UAE toward an international hub of talents, which is a strategic objective in which he plays a major role in the government. J'adresse nos vifs remerciements à Monsieur le ministre Jean-Yves Le Drian, qui nous honore de sa présence et de sa participation à cette édition. Je rends également un hommage particulier à Monsieur Jérôme Chartier, qui initia il y a près de 20 ans les entretiens de Royaumont, afin de faire rayonner l'esprit français. I'd like to sincerely thank Mr. Geoffroy Buntel, President of the France UAE Chamber of Commerce, and Mrs. Agnès Lopez-Cruz, Managing Director, for the organization of this event, as well as all the people and institutions involved in its preparation, the Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi, and of course the sponsors of this event, Total Energies, Shalhoub Group, Technip Energies, Société Générale, BNP Paribas, and Thales. This third edition of Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi is of particular importance this year. As part of the economic dimension of the strategic dialogue between France and the UAE, this edition takes place in a vibrant moment in our bilateral relationship. In the wake of the state visit of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to France in July, this edition opens a space of common reflection on a key topic ahead of the first meeting of the high-level UAE-France Business Council to be held early next year. Transition to a knowledge economy, digitalization of learning, stimulation of innovation, the role of corporates, here are some of the main topics that will be explored this morning, but always with a compass. The aim to ensure a sustainable growth benefiting to all. Both our countries have dedicated determined efforts to strengthen their innovation ecosystems and attract global talents over the past years to increase potential growth and long-term growth. The presence of over 40,000 French people and nearly 1,000 French companies in the United Arab Emirates is a testimony of the ever-increasing attractiveness of this country. The last reforms on foreign ownership of local companies, visas, or intellectual property, to name just a few, are accelerating this momentum. On its side, France is also engaged in a continuous reforming process to prepare for the future. I will only mention the France 2030 plan, a massive investment plan focused on the key technologies of tomorrow in sectors like nuclear energy, aerospace, green hydrogen, or healthcare. With these reform agendas, our two countries have been consistently gaining ranks over the years in the Global Talent Competitiveness Index, published by INSEAD Business School, Portulans Institute, and the Human Capital Leadership Institute. The efficiency of these reforms can also be measured through innovation indicators. The Global Innovation Index, published annually by the World Intellectual Property Organization, shows in its recent 2022 edition a progression of the UAE by 2 spots, reaching the 31st rank globally and the first rank among Arab countries, with the 17th rank globally in the Human Capital and Research Indicator. On its side, France gained 4 spots over the last 4 years, with an interesting 3rd rank in training offered by companies. This dynamics is a virtuous circle sustained by talents and attracting new talents. However, the spirit of Les Entretiens invites us to look further and think at a higher level, asking not only the question how, but also the question why, to not lose sight on our ultimate goals and to not reduce the subject of talents to a pure technical question for economists, businessmen, and governments. The famous French philosopher Jean Bodin wrote in the 16th century that there is no wealth except humans. 400 years later, these words are of particular resonance. Asking here at Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi, under the dome of the Sorbonne University, the question on how to build a talent hub comes ultimately to ask the question of the vision of the society we want to build. Exploring technical questions, strategic and tactical approaches to the so-called global talent war, as if we had not enough wars, makes more sense if we do not reduce the subject to the question of performance, transformation and resilience of our economies, but if we place it also towards the objective of increasing common good. Otherwise, we could surreptitiously drift away towards a materialist conception of humanity, considering humans just as an economic input, as reflected in the expression human capital. Indeed, developing a hub of talents is not only about attracting talents as if it was a limited resource on a global market. It is more about generating them domestically, growing them, and finally letting them flourish to the service of the community. In generating talents, our education systems play the most important role. They should be designed to bring out the best of everyone and develop the talents everyone possesses. The vocation of education systems is to transmit knowledge, scientific knowledge, but not less important, historical and cultural knowledge, what we call, by the way, humanities, while stimulating creativity and personal initiative. As a result, to produce human intelligence with awareness and a sense of responsibility. Because whatever powerful or impressive an artificial intelligence may be, it shall not be more powerful than human creativity, nor more impressive than human genius. That is why the place of philosophy and humanities is so important in the French academic curriculum, even the curriculum of our engineers. And this is truly a great satisfaction and pride to have 5 French schools in the UAE, as well as the Sorbonne University and other institutions like INSEAD. Growing talents means in particular developing systems of training all along the life. The role of companies here is key, and French companies in the UAE are very active in this respect. Among so many examples, I could mention the training programs of Emiratis engineers by Thales Emarat Technologies, or one of the many initiatives of Total Energies, like the Youth Hackathon organized in June, which included 30 students from 5 local universities. Our research and development programs and strategic cooperations will strengthen this pulling force of talents, thanks to the synergies to find between the UAE Vision 2030 and the France 2030 plan. As an example, in the energy sector, the comprehensive strategic energy partnership signed in July by both countries, ADNOC and Total Energies, will trigger concrete sectorial cooperations in technologies of the future, thus attracting and growing more talents. And finally, letting talents flourish means urging people to put their talents to the service of common good, to create collective value and social cohesion. And this can take many diverse forms. Ultimately, a hub of talents is not a closed circuit, but it lets its values shine beyond its borders. As we see, the quest for talents is not a zero-sum game. The reserves of talents are unlimited. The peak talent does not exist. Talents just need to be unleashed and steered to benefit the economy, but also the community as a whole. I will finish this too long speech by telling that if we want to think about talents and the construction of a hub of talents with the spirit of les entretiens, we must open the box to new ideas and embrace intellectual boldness. Why so different countries as France and the United Arab Emirates have been so close for so long? Probably because they share a creative way of thinking and an appetite for non-conformist ideas. So let us be shaken up by thinking. Laissons-nous cette année encore bousculer par la pensée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chauvel. Now we're going to switch to French. So for those of you who want headphones, please don't hesitate to wear them now. C'est un honneur d'accueillir maintenant sur scène Monsieur Jean-Yves Le Drian, ancien ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France.
Bien, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais d'abord saluer son Excellence le ministre Al-Zayedi qui nous a adressé la parole il y a un instant, remercier M. Chauvel de ses prises de position au nom de l'ambassade de France, dire à Philippe Chartier combien je suis ravi de le retrouver ici, dans ces conditions, étant lui-même promoteur des entretiens de Royaumont qui se traduisent maintenant par la régularité des entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. Je crois que cette contribution est tout à fait essentielle et merci de m'avoir invité et ravi aussi de saluer le président Geoffroy Buntel, président de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie France-Émirats, qui est à l'initiative de cette rencontre. Et puis, évidemment, j'ai le grand plaisir de retrouver ici mon ami Zaki Noussaïbé, avec qui nous avons une longue histoire commune, qui se poursuit. Donc là, nous disions l'un et l'autre que nous avions maintenant, comment dire, une autonomie de parole dont nous n'abusons pas, mais qui nous permet une certaine forme de décontraction. Mesdames, Messieurs, je ne vais pas être trop long, mais je voudrais vous dire que c'est mon 24e déplacement aux Émirats arabes unis. Celui-ci est un petit peu différent puisque c'est le premier comme hors de mes responsabilités gouvernementales. Mais au cours des 10 dernières années, je me suis donc déplacé à la fois comme ministre des Affaires étrangères et comme ministre de la Défense 23 fois ici. Je dis ça non pas pour recueillir des approbations et des félicitations de performance, mais pour réfléchir à ce que ça signifie. Parce que le seul pays où je me suis rendu plus que 23 fois, c'est l'Allemagne. Ça signifie que pendant 10 ans, progressivement, s'est installé entre les Émirats arabes unis et la France un véritable partenariat stratégique, que cette relation est devenue une nécessité géopolitique, à laquelle s'ajoute évidemment la qualité de la relation personnelle entre le président Macron et son Altesse Mohamed Ben Zayed. C'est tout à fait essentiel de sentir cette évolution, et moi je l'ai vu au cours des 10 dernières années grandir progressivement, sujet après sujet, décision après décision. Et finalement, ces entretiens d'Abu Dhabi s'inscrivent dans cette durée-là. Je l'ai d'abord vu, et je pense qu'il faut toujours se le dire, même si je vais être un petit peu dans la dureté sur le sujet, c'est d'abord une relation de sécurité. Ne jamais l'oublier. Une relation de sécurité initiée par le président Sarkozy, qui qui s'est traduite par un accord de défense dont il ne faut pas oublier la force, le contenu, qui nous engage, nous, la France, vis-à-vis de vous, qui s'est traduit aussi par l'implantation progressive de nos forces sur le territoire des Émirats arabes unis. Ça signifie une chose très importante, c'est que les forces françaises présentes sur le territoire émirien contribuent à la sanctuarisation du territoire émirien, contribuent à la dissuasion. Ils ne sont pas seuls à la dissuasion, mais contribuent à cette dissuasion. Cela s'est poursuivi aussi, évidemment, par l'acquisition par les Émirats de capacités militaires françaises. On parle beaucoup des Rafales, ça en fait partie, mais il y a aussi le spatial et d'autres paramètres. Cela s'est aussi poursuivi par l'identité de vue sur la nécessité de préserver la sécurité dans le Golfe et le fait que l'amiral indien puisse être quasiment très régulièrement ici donne un sens particulier à notre volonté commune de stabilisation sur le Golfe. Et je dis tout cela à un moment où je suis pour ma part très occupé, et je ne suis pas le seul ici, par la crise iranienne. Je dirais même par les crises iraniennes, puisque nous sommes en ce moment dans une configuration où trois crises s'interfèrent, à la fois la crise sociétale, le refus de l'oppression menée par le peuple iranien, en particulier par les femmes iraniennes, à la fois la crise régionale, puisque l'ensemble des pays de la région est soumis à la volonté de déstabilisation régulièrement affichée par les autorités iraniennes et dont les Émirats parfois recueillent les effets directs, y compris cette année, au mois de janvier. Et puis la crise de prolifération, dont on ne parle pas beaucoup, puisque rien n'avance. Mais comme rien n'avance, la capacité de l'Iran à pouvoir accéder à l'arme nucléaire se reprécise. Et la conjonction de ces trois crises crée une instabilité, une incertitude, une préoccupation lourde pour nous. Et nous sommes solidaires dans cette réflexion. Et le fait que le président Macron envisage sur les questions de déstabilisation une conférence à Amman avant la fin de l'année est un élément de coopération entre nous. Donc la sécurité, c'est notre point de départ. Donc le partenariat stratégique, c'est notre point de départ. Il doit être toujours là. Et d'autant plus que la crise ukrainienne renforce aujourd'hui cette nécessité de coopération et de partenariat. Et à cet égard, je voudrais me réjouir de la position des Émirats arabes unis récemment aux Nations unies condamnant l'annexion par la Russie de 4 territoires qu'elle avait déclarés russes sans considération réelle de l'histoire et de l'intégrité des pays. Je voudrais dire que finalement il y a une continuité dans la crise iranienne et dans la crise ukrainienne. Très concrètement, c'est maintenant l'Iran qui fournit des armes à la Russie et c'est la conséquence de la crise ukrainienne aboutit aux difficultés énergétiques que nous rencontrons et nous trouvons avec les Émirats un partenaire compréhensif et soucieux d'accompagner nos propres difficultés. Mais au-delà de cela, nous avons ensemble des fondamentaux communs parce que tout cela, c'est le respect de la Charte des Nations Unies à laquelle nous sommes, nous, très attachés et à laquelle vous êtes vous-même extrêmement, sur laquelle vous êtes vous-même extrêmement vigilants. Donc je voulais redire ce préalable parce que j'ai constaté, j'ai vécu ce renforcement progressif de notre relation sécuritaire et cette affirmation régulière de ce que nous sommes devenus un partenariat stratégique majeur, essentiel pour nos deux pays. Puis dans l'accompagnement de tout cela, nous avons eu progressivement le renforcement de nos relations commerciales, de nos relations d'investissement. Cela a été rappelé par M. Chauvel il y a un instant, mais j'ai pu aussi le constater dans cette évolution avec l'arrivée de plus en plus nombreuses des entreprises française sur ce territoire, mais aussi les échanges d'investissements qui ont pu être faits par les Émiratis par le moyen des fonds souverains qui sont mobilisés pour des investissements français. Et puis progressivement, le renforcement de nos relations dans le domaine de l'aéronautique civile, le renforcement de nos relations dans le domaine de l'innovation, cette nécessité qui s'est affirmée au fur et à mesure de nos échanges, et en particulier désormais sur les enjeux de la révolution quantique, sur les enjeux de l'intelligence artificielle, sur d'autres enjeux énergétiques, y compris la question de l'hydrogène, où nous avançons progressivement ensemble dans les dynamiques nouvelles que nous imposent les transitions indispensables de nos économies. Tout cela suit un mouvement impressionnant de créativité et de renforcement et de confiance. Et la feuille de route qui a été décidée en 2020, feuille de route 2020-2030, est une feuille de route extrêmement exigeante, mais qui donne des résultats tout à fait performants. Et de la même manière, j'en suis convaincu, le Conseil des affaires qui va se réunir prochainement sera le lieu où tout cela pourra s'échanger. Donc nous sommes à ce rendez-vous-là, avec cette relation extrêmement privilégiée entre nos deux pays, qui se traduit aussi désormais, et je sais que mon ami Zaki est tout à fait attentif à ce sujet, par une dimension culturelle et éducative, et qui fait le centre de nos discussions d'aujourd'hui. Nous irons ce soir marquer le 5e anniversaire du Louvre d'Abu Dhabi, qui est une réussite impressionnante et très emblématique de ce que peut être la relation entre nos deux pays et de la force que ça représente au niveau international. Et je souhaite que nous puissions, concernant la Sorbonne Abu Dhabi, sujet que j'ai suivi de près, qui n'est pas complètement achevé, on peut se le dire comme cela, et qui, je l'espère, pourra se concrétiser de manière dynamique dans un futur accord intergouvernemental décidé par le président Macron et son Altesse Cher Mohamed lors du passage de son Altesse à Paris au mois de juillet dernier. J'attire votre attention sur notre nécessité collective d'aboutir à ces résultats. Parce que, puisque le sujet d'aujourd'hui, ce sont les talents, s'il n'y a pas cet outil de formation dynamisé, nous serons passés à côté d'une opportunité considérable que nous ne pouvons pas rater ensemble. Je terminerai en disant quelques mots sur ce qui me paraît, à moi maintenant, essentiel pour notre coopération du futur. Quels sont les sujets sur lesquels il nous faut travailler au-delà même du pôle des talents qui vont faire l'objet de discussions toute la journée. Il y a, à mon sens, 3 grandes orientations qu'il nous faut prendre en considération pour notre géopolitique commune, puisque nous avons désormais quasiment une géopolitique commune. La première orientation, c'est évidemment tous les enjeux liés autour de l'innovation, et en particulier dans le domaine énergétique. Nous sommes évidemment tout à fait disponibles et tout à fait volontaires pour agir dans le domaine du nucléaire civil, ne pas limiter notre approche de l'énergie uniquement à des échanges sur le gaz et sur le pétrole, même si je me réjouis de l'accord qui a eu lieu entre Total Énergie et l'ADNOC il y a peu de temps. C'était au moment du déplacement du président des Émirats arabes unis à Paris. L'enjeu de l'innovation dans le domaine énergétique, dans le domaine spatial, dans le domaine de la santé, dans le domaine de l'intelligence artificielle, pour ne citer que les sujets qui me paraissent les plus prioritaires dans nos réflexions et dans nos volontés communes. Le deuxième sujet majeur me paraît être la préparation ensemble de la charte, de la COP 28 qui se réunira ici l'année prochaine. C'est-à-dire que c'est un peu anticipé de dire cela maintenant, puisque la COP 27 s'achève à peine, mais nous sommes tous conscients de l'enjeu que représentera cette COP, et donc il nous faut, France et Émirats, nous mobiliser ensemble pour que ce soit un succès par rapport aux enjeux graves que représente le réchauffement climatique. Et enfin, le dernier point, c'est l'Afrique. J'ai eu l'occasion à plusieurs reprises d'échanger sur ce sujet avec les plus hautes autorités des Émirats arabes unis. il nous semble que dans la guerre des modèles, dans la conflictualité active qui se manifeste en Afrique sur l'affirmation de ces modèles divergents, dans l'affirmation aussi de puissance décomplexée sur ce vaste continent, il faut que nous allions ensemble. Parce que nous avons des histoires communes, nous avons des volontés communes, nous avons un modèle commun et nous avons des valeurs communes. Je sais que les Émirats sont déjà très présents sur la partie est de l'Afrique. Il faut que nous puissions ensemble avoir une même synergie. Voilà des chantiers nouveaux que nous pouvons imaginer ensemble, mais des chantiers nouveaux qui nécessitent qu'ensemble nous puissions être producteurs de talents, et c'est le sujet qui va nous mobiliser aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Please allow me to welcome now His Excellency Dr. Zaki Nusaibeh, Cultural Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates, Chancellor of the United Arab Emirates University, and former Minister of State for Cultural and Public Diplomacy.
Excellences, cher ami Jean-Yves Le Drian, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour et assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je vous remercie de m'avoir invité à participer à votre forum. Je me souviens en effet quand on a accompagné Son Altesse Cheikh Mohammed bin Zayed et le président Sarkozy pour mettre la pierre de fondation de la Sorbonne ici sur cette île, il n'existait rien autour de nous. Ils sont arrivés par hélicoptère. Donc, en tant que témoin actif de parcours remarquable que les Émirats arabes unis ont accompli depuis leur début dans les années 60, je vais tenter de faire ressortir quelques-uns de points saillants qui, selon moi, ont constitué de jalons importants dans ce processus. On dit souvent que deux mesures du progrès social sont la capacité de générer un milieu culturel complet et le potentiel d'influencer l'orientation du développement humain. Ces mesures sont aussi importantes que l'accumulation de richesses financières et les moyens d'exécuter des projets d'investissement. Je crois sincèrement que l'histoire du développement des Émirats depuis sa fondation en 1971 par le regretté Cheikh Zayed est exceptionnelle dans le monde arabe. Ici, de nombreuses preuves montrent que son progrès social est lié à son développement culturel et au développement de ses ressources humaines. L'expérience de développement qui a prévalu repose sur une série de fondations inspirées par la vision créative et tournées vers l'avenir de son fondateur. Les Émirats ont une culture, un patrimoine riche, façonné par les valeurs traditionnelles arabes et islamiques, ainsi que par les traditions bédouines. Elles mettent l'accent sur l'hospitalité, la tolérance, la cohésion familiale et la solidarité entre les membres de la société. Nous avons commencé notre voyage à partir de débuts peu propices. Pourtant, les progrès ont été rapides et impressionnants. À titre d'exemple, il est remarquable qu'aujourd'hui, 3 de nos villes sont répertoriées au sein du réseau de villes créatives de l'UNESCO. Dubaï est la ville de design, Sharjah est la ville de l'artisanat et du folklore, et Abu Dhabi est la ville de la musique. Le classement de l'indice de développement humain, qui incarne la conviction que les gens sont la véritable richesse d'une nation, illustre les progrès des Émirats en matière de santé, d'éducation, de création de richesses au cours de 5 dernières décennies. Nous sommes désormais classés 26e sur 191 pays dans cet indice. Selon le rapport Global Gender Gap 2022 du Forum économique mondial, les Émirats sont également reconnus comme un chef de file en matière d'égalité dans la région. 77% des femmes émiraties s'inscrivent dans l'enseignement supérieur et constituent 70% de tous les diplômés universitaires. 56% des diplômés dans le domaine de la science, la technologie, de l'ingénierie et des mathématiques STEM des universités fédérales sont de femmes. Les femmes occupent environ le 2/3 de tous les emplois gouvernementaux. Le rythme de développement des Émirats au cours de ces 50 ans d'histoire a été rapide. La transformation comprend des jalons importants pour l'histoire régionale. Par exemple, 1971 a vu l'établissement des Émirats dans une région déchirée par les conflits dans le Golfe et le Moyen-Orient élargi. Cette création nationale, à la suite du retrait britannique de la région qui a mis fin brutalement à 150 ans de traités de sécurité spéciaux, s'est concrétisée malgré de sinistres prédictions sur la capacité de petits Émirats séparés, privés de ressources et vulnérables à construire un État moderne capable d'assurer sa sécurité et sa prospérité. En 1981, la création du Conseil de coopération du Golfe a élargi et renforcé la structure de sécurité et de coopération politique et économique pour incorporer un groupement régional d'États du Golfe aux vues similaires réunis pour faire face aux défis sécuritaires et économiques croissants dans la région. Les décennies 80 à 2000 ont vu l'émergence des Émirats comme une puissance économique et diplomatique régionale dynamique qui a réussi à surmonter d'énormes défis tels le manque d'infrastructures, de base et de main-d'œuvre qualifiée. Après le décès de leurs dirigeants fondateurs en 2004, la nouvelle direction a poursuivi le parcours réussi vers l'avenir en tant que pont entre les cultures et le peuple et centre d'innovation et d'apprentissage. Permettez-moi de rappeler quelques-unes des étapes les plus récentes marquant ce voyage. 2006, la Sorbonne à Abu Dhabi s'implante sur l'île de Rym. 2017, le Louvre à Abu Dhabi ouvre ses portes sur l'île de Sadia. 2019, le premier Émirati allé dans l'espace, Hazza al-Mansouri. 2020, la centrale nucléaire de Baraka commence à produire de l'électricité. 2021, the Emirates Mars Mission, la première mission interplanétaire lancée par une nation arabe pour étudier l'atmosphère de Mars et mieux comprendre son climat. 2021, Expo 22 Dubaï, qui a accueilli 23 millions de visiteurs de 200 nationalités. Permettez-moi de vous citer d'autres exemples de développement des réalisations au fil des ans. Dans l'éducation, où les dirigeants des Émirats ont fait de l'accès égalitaire des hommes et des femmes une priorité fondamentale, dans le secteur de la santé, un secteur qui s'est considérablement développé avec une qualité de soins de première classe, dans les domaines de l'économie ou l'emplacement stratégique des Émirats, leurs vastes réserves de ressources naturelles et leurs solides fondamentaux macroéconomiques en ont fait l'un des principaux centres financiers mondiaux. La contribution du secteur non pétrolier au produit national brut s'est élevée à 73% en 2021. dans la croissance et diversité de la population où des gens de plus de 200 nationalités vivent et travaillent en harmonie, en sécurité, et en voyage et tourisme où les Émirats ont développé une industrie aérienne solide et étendue. Mais en célébrant l'année dernière les 50 ans de notre voyage, notre leadership a jeté les bases de l'avenir. Nos dirigeants sont convaincus qu'investir dans le développement du capital humain, soutenir les établissements d'enseignement et de recherche et cultiver un environnement commercial technologique robuste portera ses fruits dans les années à venir. Le plan centenaire 2071 investit dans les générations futures en les outillant avec les compétences et les connaissances nécessaires pour faire face aux changements rapides et imprévisibles. Il vise à faire de notre pays un leader mondial selon les indices reconnus d'ici le centenaire de la nation en 2071. Leur plan repose sur 4 piliers: un gouvernement efficace et tourné vers l'avenir, d'excellentes infrastructures d'éducation et de santé, une économie diversifiée basée sur la connaissance et une société heureuse et cohésive. Les Émirats visent à devenir une plaque tournante mondiale pour attirer les meilleurs esprits, idées et talents et à offrir les meilleures opportunités commerciales, un environnement stable, une infrastructure de pointe. Ils renforcent actuellement leur position en augmentant régulièrement leurs investissements dans les technologies de pointe telles que l'intelligence artificielle, la biotechnologie, la nanotechnologie, les sciences cognitives et la fabrication multidimensionnelle. Permettez-moi enfin de dire quelques mots sur notre stratégie nationale pour l'intelligence artificielle 2031. Notre pays, en effet, est devenu une nation bien placée pour faire face aux changements technologiques. Sa stratégie d'intelligence artificielle vise 8 objectifs stratégiques et comprend plusieurs initiatives visant à intégrer l'intelligence artificielle dans des secteurs critiques tels que l'éducation, la santé et l'économie. Et plusieurs universités proposent des programmes menant un diplôme en intelligence artificielle et disposent d'importantes installations de recherche dans le domaine. Celles-ci incluent la Sorbonne Université Abu Dhabi, l'Université d'intelligence artificielle Mohammed bin Zayed, l'Université Khalifa, l'Université des Émirats arabes unis. Et notre Conseil fédéral pour l'intelligence artificielle et la blockchain est chargé d'élaborer des politiques qui renforcent l'écosystème de l'intelligence artificielle, font progresser la recherche dans le secteur, favorisent la collaboration entre les secteurs publics et privés, y compris les institutions internationales, et accélère l'adoption de l'intelligence artificielle. Voici donc un survol rapide de certaines de nos réalisations passées, de nos objectifs futurs. J'espère avoir couvert quelques aspects de notre parcours. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now it's time to move to our first panel discussion about the transition to a knowledge economy. To moderate this panel, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Shavan Bogaita, who is the Managing Director and Head of Market Insights and Strategy at First Abu Dhabi Bank.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. So I have the pleasure of moderating the first panel, and I'd like to welcome on stage our two panelists. First of all, Mr. Ismail Abdullah, Director of UAE Clusters, Chief Executive Officer of Strata Manufacturing. Ismail. Okay, and joining Ismail for this conversation is going to be Ilyas Kassis, Country Chair for Total Energy in the UAE. Ilyas. Please. So just very briefly, Ilyas has previously held the positions of Vice President Energy Transition in the Middle East North Africa space for Total Energy's exploration production. He was also appointed Managing Director for Total Energy affiliates in Yemen, Malaysia, and Iraq. He also fulfilled other assignments in Venezuela and Qatar. He began his career with Total in 1991, holds an engineering and master's degree, and a master's degree in finance from ISEC Business School. Okay, good morning. Okay, so just before we get started, a couple of points, if I may, for the audience. So, as was mentioned earlier by the MC, we do have the facility to take some audience questions here. So, please use the QR code, the WhatsApp functionality. They will divert or send some of the questions to us, and we'll allow some time towards the end to get to those questions. The second point is, more of a disclaimer from myself. If you see me looking at my phone, I'm not being disrespectful or rude. Those questions are going to come to me on my WhatsApp, so I'm just going to kind of keep an eye out for those. So, gentlemen, good morning. We have a great topic here to discuss, that of transition to a knowledge economy. The first thing I want to say is, when people talk about knowledge economy, words such as talent, education, innovation, etc. come to mind, culture even. But knowledge economy also means different things to different organizations and to different people. We have two very different organizations, industries represented here on stage, energy, manufacturing. Perhaps you could just give us some insight into what the transition to a knowledge economy or knowledge economy per se means to your respective organizations. So maybe, Ismail, maybe we could start with you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, bonjour, good morning, and it's a pleasure to be with you here. The late Sheikh Zayed stressed the importance of building a robust and sustainable economic foundation that is detached away from dependency on hydrocarbons. Yes, we have been blessed with a lot of oil and gas. Economic studies have shown that this oil and gas can sustain the economic activities in the UAE for the next 50 years. Probably at the current prices, maybe 100 years, without doing anything. Nevertheless, the visionary leadership of this country saw this as an opportunity to utilize the wealth of oil that we have and diversify away into a new economic verticals, into an economy that is knowledge-based. What do we mean by a knowledge-based economy? An economy that is dependent on intellectual capital, that spurs innovation. We at Strata, so Strata is an advanced manufacturing company, is a great example of the UAE and especially Abu Dhabi's ambition into diversification. We operate in two verticals. The first vertical is aerostructure, the manufacturing of aircraft parts. We started back in 2009 and today we have 25 production lines. 92 of our production lines are single source. We are the only manufacturer of these. For French companies or European companies, we manufacture for Airbus on the 330 program, 350 program, and the A380 program. For Boeing, we manufacture on the 777 and 787. Space is big on the UAE's agenda, and we've been manufacturing for Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. So this is the first vertical. The second vertical is advanced material. We have teamed up and established a joint venture with another European company called Solvay that specializes in advanced material. There are 4 companies in the world that manufactures carbon fiber prepreg for the aerospace industry. The 4th one is in the city of Al Ain, which is 1 hour and a half drives from here. It's called Strata Solvay Advanced Material, and we manufacture solely for Boeing. We believe that our story is the resemblance of building a knowledge-based economy.
And that's a fantastic example. And when you started, what was the journey in terms of building up the knowledge base to actually even start these types of activities, given the fact that you were probably a pioneer in that space here in the UAE? So, as you said, not only you're one of the few companies worldwide that do this stuff, but here in the UAE, at the time, you're probably the only one. So how was that knowledge actually built up?
Actually, we were blessed in 2020 when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of the UAE, visited Strata. The last message that he left me with was, Ismail, this facility is great. The machinery is great, but this can be replicated anywhere around the world, wherever capital is available or access to, I would say, financial solutions, which probably you are very aware of. He said the most important thing that I have seen here is the development of talent. When we started back in 2009, there wasn't jobs created, for example, for aerostructure technicians or quality technicians related to aerostructure. So we have to actually start dedicated training programs. And we haven't done it alone. We have teamed up with international companies, for example, Airbus Business Academy, where we have established dedicated training programs for local talent. We were blessed that we are in the UAE, so international talent, to attract international talent from anywhere around the world was easy. You know, the UAE's lifestyle is an important selling point for people to move here to this part of the world. But when it comes to local talent, we have teamed up with the best in the world in order to ensure that we train them, first of all, in order to ensure that we attract them, train them, and empower them. And I'm glad to report that today, 63% of Strata's workforce are UAE nationals. If I zoom into the women empowerment, 52% of my workforce are ladies. If I zoom into the UAE nationals, 9 out of 10 are ladies.
That's fantastic. Absolutely. Ilyas, let's turn to you. So, global organization, obviously strong linkages with the region here and Abu Dhabi particularly. What does knowledge economy mean to Total Energy?
Good morning, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here in Sorbonne, Abu Dhabi, which is a good, I would say, and vivid example of knowledge about culture, France, the UAE. I work for Total Energies, and our mission is to supply energy. And our industry is by construction a long-term industry. As you've mentioned it, we've been, and it's a privilege, we've been in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, for more than 80 years. And our energy is about life, but our energy business and beyond business is tackling short-term challenges, but at the same time preparing the future. It's a long-term industry. You make investment one day and you get the results longer later.
Yeah.
And you have to shoot for the long term. We are in defining moments with multiple crises, multiple challenges. Supply of energy, security of supply is again something that maybe we have, all of us. The world has thought it was there. The recent events show that this is something quite critical And it was mentioned earlier, the visit of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed to France with President Macron, the signature of the renewal of our partnership with ADNOC. At that time, it's about supplying energy, about security of supply, but at the same time, it's about also looking to the future. We were born an oil and gas company. We are still an oil and gas company, but we are now a multi-energy company. We work oil, we work gas, we work renewables, solar, wind, hydrogen tomorrow, electricity, and we embrace the energy transition. Because as I said, energy is about life. All that is needs a combination of technology and people. So we invest in people and we invest in technology, again, to overcome short-term challenges, but prepare the future to get to the net zero by 2050, at the time of COP27. And this is what we see as the knowledge economy. I think it's a knowledge world, because it's about talents, it's about hiring them, it's about training them, and as our industry is long-term, is about developing them over the long term to contribute to that. And we all do that internally, but in associations with universities, technology centers, small companies. University here in Sorbonne, we are a partner of the Sorbonne Abu Dhabi, and in particular for the Center of Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you. I mean, the word talent has come up again and again through the opening speeches, and also now. We'll come back to talent in just a second, if I may. But sticking with transition to knowledge economy, one could argue that we all have a role to play in this, and this isn't something that we can expect the authorities to do while we sit back and observe. We all have a role to play in this transition to a knowledge economy, however you define it. You've given us a little flavor of what knowledge economy means for both of you guys and your respective companies. Perhaps you could talk us through a little bit about the role that you see all of us having to play in helping to make this transition. Because whether it's through training, whether it's through development of staff, human capital, etc., each individual entity, all of us, whether you're in banking, manufacturing, energy, or any of the industries represented here today, we all have a role to play. Would you agree? And if so, what different roles do you see, entities having to play in this transition? Maybe we'll start with you, Ismail.
I think when it comes to talent, what I would say as an advice for every decision maker in companies, stop moving the goalpost. And what do I mean by that? Every time, you hear that the talent does not fit the requirement of the organization. And I've been working for the past 15 years. Before that, I was in university. And the same message again. Why? Because there are a lot of technological advancements, and sometimes, or most of the times, universities cannot keep up with these technology advancements. So the goalpost keeps moving to the right, And I'm not sure if we will be able to bridge this gap. Now, I don't see it. Maybe in the future, I really do not know. The most important thing is to ensure that you have a good raw material. You cannot hire the best of the best, coming out of the universities. You just need a good raw material, a rough diamond that you can shape, or a gold that you can purify. That's the most important thing. And the role of leadership is to set the ground for everyone to excel. We do not hire based on color. We do not hire based on gender. We hire based on talent. Someone is talented or have the potential. It is extremely hard. Managing a P&L is probably easier than managing people. Okay? It is extremely hard. And this is where the management actually needs to put more effort into developing people. The excuse of, the talent pool does not meet my requirement. Okay, what are you doing about it? The ice is melting. Okay, we know. What are you doing about it? It's easy to blame the university, or it's easy to blame other organizations. What are you doing about it? What we have done in Strata, for example, we have teamed up with Airbus. We've established a training program for technicians, and we were able to train them, empower them, and today we see the fruits. It took us 12 years, 13 years. We did the same thing for engineers. We sent engineers to work in Toulouse, in France, at Airbus facilities. We sent them to Boeing facilities in the US. This is the job and the role of organizations. And I always tell my colleagues, who are decision makers in companies, you need to ensure that you walk the extra mile. Do not wait for academia to provide you with what you want. I'll give you a simple example. The World Cup is next week, taking place next week. Lionel Messi, or you know what? Karim Benzema, because we are in a French, okay? Karim Benzema. Karim started his career at Lyon, Olympique Lyon, okay? Did very well. The first year that Real Madrid signed him, he wasn't able to deliver. Why? Because Ronaldo was there and Gareth Bale were there. But he was given an opportunity. And last year, he single-handedly won the Champions League for them. Anyways, my point is, give the talent an opportunity.
Well said. I don't know if they're clapping for your football commentary or for your piece on talent development, but either, we'll take it. Look, I take your point, but look, just playing devil's advocate here, I think what many companies, many institutions are guilty of is focusing on the short-term P&L and essentially saying, look, I need talent that ticks all my boxes rather than taking, as you said, the raw material, molding it, shaping it, investing in it, which takes time, all of which takes time. Now, clearly, you guys have taken the decision to invest, and I'm sure in the longer term it's already paying off. But I think there's too many companies, either in the room here or out there in general, who do focus solely on, if I hire someone, can they add value to my P&L tomorrow? What about my next quarterly results? And that short-termism, I think, is what's leading to the moving of the goalposts that you mentioned in your speech.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that we only need to concentrate on short-term or long-term. It's a balancing act.
Yeah.
And this is the role of the management team, is that you need to balance. Yes, you will not hire all the graduates. No, you need also experienced people to share their experience with the young talent. So from my perspective, it's a balancing act, because at the end of the day, we are, all of us, anyone who runs an organization with a P&L, they are responsible to maximize shareholder wealth. That's the first thing you are taught in university. We are not charities, but because, for example, we operate in the UAE or companies operate anywhere in the world, they have also a social responsibility to where they operate.
Yeah.
We've selected Al Ain, the city of Al Ain, which is one of the regions of the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. It's the eastern region of the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. It has a lot of history, and we have selected that place to set up our activities for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is that we've seen a lot of talent, especially women, graduating from university, and they don't have anything to do. So we've said, okay, they have a challenge, we have an aspiration, let's try to align and do something there.
Ilyas, on your side, how do you tackle this challenge of talent, but also playing your part in the transition to the knowledge economy?
I look to three axes. If we look to how we look at it in Total Energies, obviously the first one is getting the talents, the resources, as I said, to tackle our immediate challenges, but at the same time prepare the future. We don't lose from sight preparing the future. Training an engineer or, for example, takes time. Takes a lot of time because we are in an industry that deals with risks, and we know what's the importance of managing those risks. I can take one example, the setup that our company has put together when it comes to technical expertise. 2 years ago, before that, we had branches dealing with exploration production, dealing with marketing and services, or dealing with refining and petrochemicals, and each of them had its own talent or pool of talents dedicated to that stream. We've been through a kind of revolution internally 2 years ago, looking to where we are and where we want to be, a multi-energy company. So we've pulled all those resources together in one entity, working with the businesses. So you find those people from drilling, from refining, from solar, from the CO2 fight in the same organization, which allows us, when we hire somebody today, we need to attract the young talents. He may start as a driller, and tomorrow he could go to projects, and then to solar projects.
Okay.
And that's how you prepare the future,
Yes.
while you are dealing with your immediate objectives. My second comment is about, I would say, cooperation. Yes, we have our own objectives, but it's also cooperation in research in development with others, with universities all over the place. We have a number of technical centers. Here in the UAE, we have partnership with 7 universities, where we also contribute to scholarships. Having UAE, I think we've had so far more than 50 UAE nationals going to French universities or high schools, and we contribute. It's part of our contribution to the country. There's a third point. We have also a responsibility. Sure, we're looking for the best talents coming out of graduating from the best universities everywhere, UAE, France, all over the places we operate in. But we have also a responsibility, because it's a community thing. It's not only about elite. There's a contribution to the community, to the countries in which we are, and this is part of the axis of Total Energies Foundation for the youth. We have, for one example, it's called In the Street. It looks to young people who have no diploma, to train them so that they also can contribute to the world of tomorrow, spending 1-2 years learning a discipline or a job, and then contributing themselves. So it's about us, it's about our cooperation, and it's about our contribution to the ecosystem, I would say, or the world, as citizens where we operate.
It's great to hear that both of the organizations are taking such long-term views on development of talent. But I think there are too many out there that don't, and these are the ones that then struggle with trying to find the right person tomorrow, because here, by definition, it's a small population. The only way you're going to get that right person tomorrow is either you find them here or you're going to bring them in from overseas. Let's ask the audience. Raise your hand, please, if your respective organizations face challenges with regards to talent, acquisition of talent here in the UAE, and if you find yourselves bringing people in from overseas on kind of, in the short-term view that I just gave, rather than trying to develop people internally. Be honest, it's just us. A few more hands going up. Yeah, I think so, and I think this is kind of part of the problem, and it's just. And it's not that these organizations don't want to, but I think there's just so much short-termism coming from the top of many organizations. Question when we look at talent specifically, obviously here in the UAE we have a situation where the local population, the aggregate population is very small. The local population is a small part of that, large part is expatriate. Over and above developing UAE national talent, there needs to be also, I think, some focus on getting international talent to stay for longer and not be so transient, right? And I think schemes such as the Golden Visa and et cetera are big steps towards that. Would you gentlemen agree that, when looking at UAE talent pool per se, there are still further steps to be taken if we're going to develop the talent pool in terms of breadth and depth?
Yeah, so definitely. So from my perspective, being in the UAE, offering the lifestyle of the UAE, it's very easy, I would say, to attract international talent. And usually what I tell my colleagues is that, and I've heard from them, is that actually their spouses are the ones who are making the decision. And most of the times, you know, they want to live here.
That's true for all of us, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. For me also. So anyways, so they would like to come to the UAE. So attracting international talent, which is very important. And when it comes to an organization and the talent that is available, we literally do not look at nationalities from our perspective, at least from my perspective. At the end of the day, for me, in order to compete, I want the best talent. And we invest in both. We invest in UAE nationals, because, for example, in our case, it's a new industry, but also we invest in expat talent. I have someone in my leadership team who's third generation here in the UAE. His grandfather was here before the establishment of the UAE, third generation.
Okay.
And, you know, he lives with us like an Emirati. He's from India, but he's very knowledgeable of the area. So what we want to do is that we want to double down on, yes, retaining international talent and expat, but also we would like to develop UAE talent in order to be equivalent, if not better. And I don't think, you know, the differentiation, I don't think organizations should differentiate one or another, okay? Some new industries will require more investment in certain population. I think that that should be done.
Okay. Elias?
My answer will be about diversity of experiences. Well, it's absolutely normal that each country here, in particular in the UAE, they want to develop their talents to meet their objectives. We are French, but in an international company working in a number of countries. So we have a diverse pool of resources, certainly French, but not only French. We have it here in Total Energies. And I would like also to give an example is what we do with ADNOC, our strategic partner. We have joint operations, and we second our engineers to those joint operations onshore, offshore, or in the gas. They learn from their Emirati colleagues, but they bring as well their own experience that they have been able to build in other places where they have been operated, whether in France, in Africa, in the US. And that is also a way of building that knowledge economy. So it's about diversity of experiences, diversity of profiles that open up basically the teams and the people operating towards the same objectives.
Okay. Look, I'm conscious of time, and we've had some interesting questions coming from the audience. I'd like to take this one, because given where we are in Sorbonne, in terms of the transition to knowledge economy, what do you think is the role of universities versus the role of companies? So, you know, there is a difference. In your opinion, what are the respective roles there?
The way that I look at it is that it's not versus, it's completing, you know? And sometimes you need to build that bridge, you need to build that link between academia and also the industry. A simple example, we have teamed up with Khalifa University, we've established ARIC, the Advanced Research and Innovation Center, to build that bridge between industry and academia. What we want from academia is, I would say, good talent in many disciplines, and the rest and the onus will be on the companies themselves. And literally, we at Strata, we are part of Mubadala Investment Company, and we always double down on the talent that comes from different universities. It's not versus, you know, you will not have a talent that is polished, that is complete coming out of university. Maybe one out of, I don't know, okay, what would be the statistics? Nevertheless, it's, I would say, a partnership in taking a good talent, taking that diamond, rough diamond, and polishing it.
fully agree. Yes, just taking that one step further, something that happens in many other jurisdictions, not that prominent here, is entities taking on interns, giving internships. It's a way of fostering that collaboration partnership that Ismail mentioned, but also given the supply-demand dynamics of graduates and the fact that there's not enough high-caliber graduates coming out to meet the demands of entities, is this a road, the internship route, is that something that you guys feel that could be promoted further? Or do you already do it, maybe?
Well, just to echo, it's not versus, definitely. I would say the role of universities or the education system before universities, by the way, it doesn't start at university. The education system, and then when you get to your active life, it's like the life. It's a life cycle. You start by learning, then you develop yourself, and then you deliver. So it's a continuous process. Interns are important. Training is important, and we do take interns, and we know that those interns may work for us, but tomorrow they could work for others. It's not an issue, because it's again part of our contribution in general, because tomorrow we may have good talents who have studied in one university, trained maybe in a competitor, and coming to work for us.
Yeah, it becomes a system.
It's a system, and you need to ensure the fluidity in the system. At the end of the day, everybody's winning.
Yes, thank you very much. Listen, I think we're out of time, unfortunately, but for the audience, thank you for your participation, and a big round of applause, please, for our esteemed panelists.
Thank you very much. And on this one, I'm going to add a personal note. I found this discussion particularly fascinating. Because the business I operate is we call that brain shoring. And what we sell is gray matter. We sell is neurons. And there are now businesses that do that and only that. And I think Alexi later with Accenture will tell us a little more about that. And one thing that I've seen in the youth recently is that they come to a company, the salary needs to be good enough, so it's not a point of discussion. The one thing that people want is to grow and learn. And if you offer them training, you invest in training, it's also a great strategy for talent retention. Thank you very much for your insights. Now we can move to the second round table. It is going to be led by Valerie Holly, who is the Director of Corporate Partnerships at the Sorbonne Center for Artificial Intelligence, and she will be moderating our discussion. Thank you, Valerie.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to moderate this second panel discussion on digitalization of learning and how to attract youth and to empower them to become the sustainable leader of tomorrow. For that panel, I will ask, I have 4 panelists that come from very different players in the ecosystem, so we will have a very interesting discussion. I would like to call to stage first Benoît Janin. Benoît is the founder and the president of Learn and Grow and Script and Go. It's a French startup based on digital learning. And as the education system realizes that higher education is only successful if the foundations are strong, Learn and Go has developed a subsidiary here, Caligo, that has been mandated by the Ministry of the UAE to use digital technology and AI engine in particular to enable teacher and student to learn better. So basically, Caligo has digitalized the traditional methods to enhance learning on how to read and write at an early stage. Please. I would like also to call on stage Marcus Müller-Abish. Marcus is the CEO of 42 Abu Dhabi. It's a new kind of computer school without classes that is only based on peer-to-peer learning. We will hear more about how 42 really works and listen to Marcus' perspectives that are come more from a commercial and a less academic approach. 42 Abu Dhabi is a franchise of a concept École 42, French concept in France, developed by Xavier Niel, that opened in 2013 in Paris and came here in 2021 during COVID. So we will hear more about this model of disruptive education, which works very successfully for coding, taking also into account that the social elements still remain a critical factor. Then I would like to call Professor Silvia Serrano, who is the Vice-Chancellor of Sorbonne University. Professor Silvia is a political scientist specialized in Russia, post-Soviet Union. She has been leading Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi for the past 3 years and is very much aware of what brings an European university and the complementarity of the multidisciplinary approach of a European system versus other higher education systems here present in the UAE. She will talk about this complementary and about the lesson learned during COVID. And the experience of remote learning at Sorbonne University will be discussed by Professor Silvia and how digitalization has impacted higher education. So please, a big round of applause for Silvia as well. And the last panelist is Professor Ahmed Ali Mourad. Yeah, sorry. Professor Murad is Associate Provost for Research at the UAE University in Al Ain. He is the Dean of the College of Science and has received his PhD with honors in the field of geology. Professor Murad has participated actively in designing the model of the UAE University to attract the youth and the talent. He's been instrumental in the National Development Strategy for the UAE, and he will share some thought leadership on the topic. So please again welcome Professor Murad. So as you appreciate, it's a very diverse panel that will touch on very different aspects of the impact of digitalization in education and in learning. So I very much look forward to the discussion. And I'm going to go ahead. Yes, so good morning, everyone. I would like to turn to Professor Murad because you have been instrumental in developing the strategy, the National Development Strategy. So please, could you tell us a bit more about that? What are the key elements and how does this strategy attract youth and talent at the higher education level, please?
Yes. Good morning. So I am pleased,
I think it doesn't work.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I am pleased to be one of the panelists of panel number 2. I am Ahmed Murad, as you mentioned, the Associate Professor for the Research at the UAE University, and I was Dean for the College of Science during the period 2015 to 2020. Then I was acting for the College of Education for 2019 to 2020. So when we talk about the National Development Strategy, basically although there are no specific National Development Strategy, national development is addressed through different other strategies, including, for example, the UAE Strategy for Future, in which was the focus in developing the human competencies in all sectors, including healthcare, education, technology, and other sectors. Yes, okay, sorry. Other example of the strategy that include the human development or building the capacity is UAE Centennial 2071, in which includes excellent education as one of the main 4 pillars for UAE Centennial 2071. For last example is UAE strategy for advanced innovation, in which based on the enabling people. So in general, there is no specific national development strategy, but the national development strategy embedded as a cross-cutting in all strategies that launched by the UAE during the last 15 years. If you look to the history of the UAE, the building the capacity or even recruiting the talent is part of the history of the UAE. Example of that is UAE University, when established in 1976. And since that, it started to recruit top talented faculty member and researcher from the different part of the world.
Thank you, Professor Murad. And to build on that, Professor Sylvia, you mentioned in our preparation meeting that having a European university here in the UAE brings quite a lot of complementarity. Would you mind elaborating onto that? Please.
Yes, thank you. It works, ok. Thank you. Je voudrais juste, avant de répondre à votre question, dire à quel point nous sommes honorés à Sorbonne Université Abu Dhabi d'accueillir cette troisième édition des entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. Et je voudrais remercier très chaleureusement les organisateurs et pour cet événement qui est extrêmement important pour nous. So yes, I will switch in English. Yes, okay. So I think that what a European university can bring to the UAE, I would say that my first answer would be first diversity. We are privileged enough to be in a country that appreciates diversity and that is highly tolerant towards diversity and that knows what may be the benefit of diversity. So in a country when let's say the dominant model in higher education is rather a British model or an American model, the government of Abu Dhabi, the authorities of Abu Dhabi wanted to bring the Sorbonne University that was established in 2006 in order to have a European, French universities, and I guess also to counterbalance the dominant model and to bring something else, something different that may not be better, not worse, but that is a bit different from the dominant model. The second, I would say, input of Sorbonne University is obviously the more than 700 experience of excellence in higher education. And when I refer to 700 years of experience, I do not want to say that we are kind of stuck in a tradition, but rather the opposite. 700 years, it means that as an institution, Sorbonne University was able to adapt to all the changes, including the technological changes that happened during all that period. So it means we also have this experience of integrating and taking benefits of technological changes as huge as the changes that we are experimenting today. Enough to think about, sufficient to think about the invention of printing, for example. We already existed as a university when these huge changes happened. So I think that this is the second point. And the third point, probably, and I guess this is something we will come back to, is multidisciplinarity. I think that, and I really would like to stress, but I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to speak about that. Sorbonne University, it's about humanities, obviously. That was the core of the universities. And it was mentioned by the keynote speaker before, the importance of humanities to cope with new technologies. It is social science. it is law, it is a possibility to reflect about how to regulate all these technologies, and it is obviously about the science. And what we really try to do at Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi is to combine the benefits of these three different fields in higher education.
Thank you, Sylvia. So after the traditional university, which is also teaching about the very leading edge technology of AI and blockchain, as Martin was mentioning, there is a Center for Excellence in Artificial Intelligence here in Abu Dhabi, the same than in Paris. I'm particularly interested to hear the view of a new model of education of 42 Abu Dhabi, and I was a lecturer at HEC when it started, so 42 is very close to my heart. It has been an enormous success in Paris first, and then you moved out to France, to California, where they never had seen a tuition-free school, and then all around the world. And 42 arrived in Abu Dhabi in 21. And it has now more than 47 campuses with, around the world with over 15,000 students. So Marcus, please, first tell us why 42 is called 42, because I think that's very intriguing. And also give us perhaps an overview of how the school works and how, in which way it is so disruptive.
Sure. So, sorry, you meant the where 42 comes from, the name?
No, yes, the name, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, for those unaware, 42, actually the name comes from the book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it later on became a movie. It is actually quite funny. But the whole point is they ask a question to this really advanced computer, and the computer says they'll need 7 million years to answer the question, which is the question, what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? And it just so happens that after 7 million years, they come back, and the computer says, look, I have an answer, but you're not going to like it. And they said, no, we need to know. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of everything? And the computer says, look, the answer is 42. And that's it. And we, in the original name kind of comes from as like the meaning of life and the meaning of everything, and it's 42, like we are the meaning of life. I tend to think of it as a little bit more idealistic and more towards education, which is, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers, right? And that's kind of what we do at 42, which is really shape the minds to ask the right questions rather than expect the answers from somewhere else, because we all know that the answers are actually within each and every one of our students. And so when we say we're weird, we're disruptive, it's not disruptive for the sake of being disruptive. Don't get me wrong, we're weird. Compared to other universities, we are very weird. 42 Abu Dhabi is even more different than the model. We do have some professors, but the classes are actually additional taught classes because we have a diploma in software development. So some additional classes are taught with faculty that we have on site. But the traditional program actually involves zero interaction with teachers. Actually zero interaction with any lectures. And when you first join, the PDF will read, if you have a question, look to your peer on your right, look to your peer on your left. If you don't know the answer, there's always Google. And that's it. The first day, somebody will raise their hands and we're like, there you go, good job. Like, keep going. It's yes. Sure. Absolutely. Correct. 100%. But thank you, I appreciate it. The importance though also with Google is that there's a lot of misinformation out there, right? So it's about also learning how to Google. Like one of my skills I would say is actually I'm a pretty good Googler. It actually is a skill set. And so, this is it. But also fundamentally, there's a lot of respect that comes in with other higher education institutions as well, because our model is not for everyone, number one, and our model is also not for every type of teaching and learning, right? Coding can be made vocational, and that's kind of what we do. We make coding, and 42 is really where hard work beats talent any day of the week. And you have these stories of these students that come in and spend 12, 13, 14 hours a day. And you thought, like, there's no way this student's going to pass. But their perseverance, their hard work means that they are one of the top. And you get students that are talented, and we had students that have PhDs in specific fields that are related to what we do, but they struggle because they're not able to shed their ego. That's not that they're wrong, it's just that they don't meet the mold. And so what we like to think is we're actually complementary to other higher educational institutions. The goal is to get more people educated with access to education they may not have otherwise. So let's say a traditional model of education will cover 80% of the population. We're just hoping to bridge that gap of those remaining 20%. Some of them may be able to resonate with our model. And that's the goal. That means more people educated, more people able to hit the workforce, more people able to be productive. That's what we try to do at 42. And that's where while we're weird, it's not weird for the sake of being weird. We're disruptive, not for the sake of being disruptive, but there is purpose behind what we do.
But are you saying that it's fully digitalized? What is digitalized in 42? How does it really work?
So everything is done through the intranet. All the work is done on site, in person. That's one of the things that we do. We don't allow remote work because we digitalize humanity. The peer-to-peer model relies on people working with other people in a digital setting, but also in person, right? You're working with your peers, you're sitting with them, you're coming up to solutions. I think the fancy way of saying it is we leverage collective intelligence to tackle really complex problems. The reality is people working together are going to come up with some really creative solutions. That's kind of what it boils down to. And so we don't digitalize for the sake of digitalization. It's for the benefit of the educational model, which really means even though we're surrounded with all this technology, leveraging multiple people, multiple brains, multiple different approaches really does lead to some creative solutions, some innovative solutions, and really allows students to flourish and progress.
So it's a mix of social, because the people are in presence, but they are using a digital tool.
Correct, yeah. So the entire, we have an LMS platform like most other places, but really it's the social aspect. I probably shouldn't say this, gun to my head, our education is not better than what you can find online. There's no way that what we teach you related to C language or C++ or Python is better than what you'll find online. In fact, if you go on YouTube, there's a Harvard class on C language programming. There's no way that my ego will allow me to say that we are better than Harvard at teaching C. But it's not about being better. It's about the methodology, which is really the peer-to-peer model of education that allows students of any background to learn. Yeah. In fact, 40% of our students in our campus had never written a line of code before joining 42 Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I will come back to that. So obviously 42 Abu Dhabi wouldn't exist without the digitalization of learning, but the social aspect is very important. Absolutely. And it's not technology for the sake of technology, because it doesn't really work. And I think there is another panelist here next to me that shares this similar vision. So Benoit, can you tell us a bit more about yourself, about the startup, and how the tech is used to support the learning and the traditional method of learning?
Yeah, thank you. So we started actually in 2012 with Brittany Region, Minister of Education. They asked us if digital can help in learning and how, if we can write on a tablet. So we started to understand what is a curriculum, because every country has its own curriculum. So what we do with AI, the first thing that we try to develop handwriting notebook, and we do analyze shape or the form for every writing. So we analyze, AI give a feedback and remediation. So we started in France with R&D project, and then we moved to UK, and we discover another curriculum. Curriculum is like your DNA. It's your culture, and we spoke on before it was about talent. But before getting talent, you need seeds. And seeds is all about fundamentals: writing, reading, counting. And more you learn, more you write, more you learn. It's like, you know, doing sport. It's a brain. And you know, when you start to do sports, you do 1 kilometer, then 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and you like to do it. And I think that digital bring new assets. The fact that it can be personalized, real-time feedback. So because now, you know, teacher, the workload for teacher, they spend 80% of their time with 20% of the kids. So digital bring added value. So now we start in France, UK, UAE, and soon Germany. So our, I would say, learning journey, Caligo, brings all the fundamentals for writing, reading on tablets in active learning. Because, you know, all the time we don't want our kids to stay on the tablets or on digital for nothing. Whereas we provide active learning by writing. So it's the key of the, I would say, experience.
Thank you. So what we see is that digital tools are learned for learning. But Marcus, you touch on MOOCs, and when we speak about digitalization of learning, we often think about that. And in 2015, Harvard Business Review published a study saying that on the 25 million of people enrolled in this MOOC, actually very, very few were completing the course. And in fact, also, it's only benefited the students that are already well off. 80% have already a bachelor degree, 60% are already full-time employed, and 60% are coming from OECD countries. So the digitalization of learning as such hasn't really worked. And I think that's also something you have experienced at Sorbonne Abu Dhabi when during COVID, remote learning hasn't been as successful as you could have expected, Sylvia. Can you tell us a bit more? I think some lessons were learned during that period.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, MOOCs, I would say first, it's only one part of digitalization of learning, and probably it's already a part that partly belong to the past. Now, if you look to the future, if we look at what may be digitalization of learning in the future, they're much more than the model of online courses. And I think, once again, there are, well, virtual reality. There are a lot of enhancement tools that can be utilized in teaching, and that are actually utilized in teaching. Now, when it comes to online classes, we didn't have any big expectations because we knew as experts of higher education that it cannot work as well as on-site classes. But actually what was experimented during the pandemic crisis, the COVID crisis, is that online classes may be an alternative in exceptional situations, such as the pandemic. Hopefully, we were prepared at Sorbonne University, Abu Dhabi, and we had all the IT tools in order to maintain the continuity of our classes. And it may be also beneficial to target publics that in no way have access to universities. I'm thinking, for example, of countries that still have a higher education system very weak, and in these specific cases, online classes, it's better than nothing. So I think that it is an alternative in very specific situations, but the one lesson from COVID is definitively it cannot replace 100% the on-site presential classes. Now, if I may, when we think about digitalization and higher education, probably I would a bit change the focus, let's say, and of the discussion and raise another question, which is, for me, the main question for university, which is, okay, we all know now. And by the way, the COVID pandemic was also a very good opportunity to accelerate tendencies that were already here. our faculty members learned much quicker than before how to utilize all the tools that are at the disposal now. But I think that the main questions for us as a university is not that much the question of digitalization of learning, but the question of what is the role of universities in a world that is becoming more and more digitalized. And I think that the real question we should address is what university have to teach to their students, to the younger generation. And I would say that they have to teach what the machine will never be able to do. So that is, I think that we have to refocus the learning of higher education for the younger generation to be able to answer what will never be done by the machine. And it means what the machine cannot do, we have to teach them, secondly, what we want the machine to do and we don't want them to do. And thirdly, we also want to teach them how to understand the brain of the machine, because the machines, then their brain and languages are designed by humans. And if we want to keep the control over the new technologies and to be able to benefit from these technologies, we have to help our younger generation understand what it is all about. And these 3 points, I think, are very much linked with the core task, the core mission of university. It's about fundamental knowledge. It's about fundamental knowledge in the science, how our students may understand the formal languages that design the language of the machine. It is about math, physics. We have to teach our students about the ethic of artificial intelligence. What do we want artificial intelligence to do? What is the kind of privacy we want to preserve for the individuals, for the corporate? So this is much related with fundamental knowledge in philosophy, in history. We want to learn to teach our students what about the regulation of this new technology and artificial intelligence. And it's about also fundamental knowledge and law. So I think that when Marcos mentioned that we are complementary, I fully agree with that. We're fully complementary. It's very wonderful to have disruptive coding university like École 42, and at the same time, we really need more than ever universities answering and coping with their core mission of university is transmitting to the new generation a way to navigate in the world of tomorrow when we still don't know what will be this world actually.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think there is some question from the audience, and perhaps I will address that to Professor Murad in the context of the UAE. A question from the audience comes as, are you considering unbundling traditional degrees and establishing modular, personalized learning pathways in the UAE education system?
I think the ecosystem of the UAE encourage, I think, to emerge with any new ideas that will, I think, enhance the education, higher education, and speed it. If we need to accept that the technology is moving fast, and we need, I think, to catch this movement of the technology in order to be. UAE in general would like to be always number one. And number one, I think we need to excel, and we need to that. About the certificate, I think nowadays, I think with the technology and with artificial intelligence, with robotics, those will be a key elements for the key elements for the higher education. And I think now most of the universities started to invest heavily in those tools to integrate it in the academic programs and research programs and all ecosystem of higher education. And that's, I think, at the end, I think would enhance the higher education in the UAE in general.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time, so thank you everybody. I think we're on the brink on very exciting development for the education system. So please, a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. We are going to have a short coffee break, roughly 10 minutes in the forum. There's plenty of questions that were asked, so feel free to engage directly with the panelists during the forum, and after that we're going to have a lunch. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. If you want to take your seats, we're going to resume in 2 minutes. Okay, the 10 minutes have turned into 20, so I guess it's time now to resume. We are going to start the next roundtable about creating an innovation ecosystem. And to moderate this panel today, we have Alexis Lecanuet, who is Regional Managing Director for Accenture in the Middle East. Welcome, Alexis.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be here today and to moderate this panel around innovation, because if we want to attract all the talent that are mentioned here, it's for a special purpose. And it's mainly to deliver the vision of this country we live in. And first, it's a pleasure for being in La Sorbonne. You know, I remember La Sorbonne probably 30 years ago, when I was a student in Paris in the Amphitheatre Richelieu, which is probably, Jérôme, you will agree, a nice place to have those kind of diversified conference and discussion. And I have to say that with some pieces here, it reminds a bit old memories 30 years ago. Second, because we are at a unique momentum around innovation and change. And we will discuss that further with our panel on innovation. But we will talk about innovation, not the innovation to maintain the statu quo, the innovation to deliver the progress, because the reality of my short experience of 26 years in Accenture in delivering transformation and change is that there is still a lot of innovation that are just here to maintain the status quo, to keep my market share, to fight the new competitor. Here, the innovation ecosystem we want to talk about is the one that will deliver a new vision. So from my accent, you probably get that I'm supporting the same soccer team than some previous very prestigious speaker in this group. And I'm very pleased to welcome on stage our 4 panelists. So starting in the alphabetical order with Mr. Nayef Abdullah, Director of Innovation and Knowledge in Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development. Second would be great. Followed by Dr. Khadija Al-Ameri, founder of InGift. Welcome on stage. Followed by Mona Al-Hashmi, Acting Division Director and Social Entrepreneurship at the Authority of Social Contribution. Followed by Ebtessam Al-Mazrouei, from the Director of Artificial Cross Center Unit at TII.
I can hear you.
You can hear me? So it's probably good enough. So thanks for joining this panel. And I think, you know, we are blessed to live in a country now and here with a lot of things changing and with a lot of potential unlocking of the value and the innovation value. And the momentum is now, because first it's post-COVID, so there is a lot of things to reinvent post the global pandemic. In the middle of the digital and tech transformation, you know, we were discussing and mentioning earlier in those panels around the digital impact, the sustainability impact that are second to none. We mentioned AI as one of the levers, but we can easily argue that the level of change, the speed of change, the pace of change is second to none. And this is for the now, but we have also the here. In this country, we are blessed to live in a country with a long-term vision, and we can argue that this vision is very well inspired by delivering the future and delivering a different future
for the local communities, but also for the world with a kind of universalism in the way to frame the future, which is very close to our art, because we have, I think as French, we believe that universalism is something we contribute to. So it's a pleasure, and we have a lot of context ingredient to deliver the innovation ecosystem. So my first question to each of you will be basically to introduce yourself further, because we want to know from where you are talking, and also to tell us about, if we simplify, saying the ecosystem for innovation is 4 components: funding, coaching, so supporting coach, market, because you need a supporting market to sell your innovation to the world, and the fourth being talent, the masterpiece of our conversation today. So if you can elaborate of what you feel is one of the limiting factors on those 4, or your choice, of having the second-to-none innovation ecosystem in UAE. Would you like to go first, assuming your mic is working?
Yes, I think it's working. So I don't know, good afternoon or good, yes. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibtissam Al-Mazroui, Director of Artificial Cross Center Unit in Technology Innovation Institute. Maybe to mention what is Technology Innovation Institute, I think it is important to know and to link it to this session, given the directive of leadership vision, how they can empower the innovation system in UAE around tech company. Advanced Technology Research Council announced Technology Innovation Institute. So whatever you will see in Technology Innovation Institute, we have 10 main research centers. It is around how we can implement the innovation, scientists, not only from academic perspective. So we are not doing research per se. No, at the end we have applied product that we can spin off to the global market, whether it's local or international market. And all of these research center has been built based on the top key sectors in UAE, whether it is education, whether it is defense and aerospace, whether it is healthcare, whether it's sustainability, agriculture, and economy.
You want to elaborate right now on the limiting factor that you see to have the best local innovation ecosystem?
So I will not say we have a limits. There is no limits, in fact. Okay. And the fact that we are here today talking about artificial intelligence while in our educational system, maybe 30, 50 years ago, there is no words in our education curriculum called artificial intelligence. But here you go, you have now startup companies, you have products in the markets, they're providing you with a solution around the tech and artificial intelligence and digital transformation. How we can go from here to the futuristic vision around digital transformation, quantum cities, how we can implement the tech in all the factors and verticals, whether it is education, healthcare, drug discovery, biotech, banking system, education system. I think it is, I believe it is a circle. So research is one of the main things. Then you have the scientists, and then you have the industry. So it's a chain. And then you have also the education system. And also the main part here is the talents. The talents, how we can fill the gap between the industry and academia, how we can have innovative solutions in the market, but at the same time, we equip our students or maybe also our colleagues in different industries with the right talent. There is a gap. But the gap, it is not only in UAE, it's a global shortage, how we can fill the demand and the supply in the market. But we are here, we are already doing it, and also with our futuristic vision with UAE Centennial 2071. There is a lot of incubators in UAE One of them is Hub 71. You have Mohammed bin Rashid Innovation Fund. You have as well, after announcing the projects of 50 and also the UAE Centennial 2071, the key pillars going around to have excellent education and diversified knowledge economy. There is already a launch area 2071 in Dubai and a lot as well across different Emirates here in UAE.
Thank you very much, Mona. I would like to pull you in to introduce yourself further, please, and also to elaborate on what you believe can be the limiting factor. I know the very well local view of sky is the limit, or there's no limit, which was proven to be true for the country in the last 10 years, but happy to get your view on how we get the best ecosystem around innovation on Earth.
Most definitely. Thank you so much, Alexi. So my name is Mona Al-Hashmi. I'm currently acting division director at the Authority of Social Contribution, which is nicknamed as Ma'an. This is what we're mostly known for, Ma'an being together in Arabic. I'm heading the Social Entrepreneurship Division. So at Ma'an we have a vision. We want to create collaborative communities. We want to spearhead social innovation. And of course we are a product of Ghadan 21, which is another government initiative. So you can see that we are all here because of our leadership's vision, because we have a long-term perspective and we're heading towards a specific goal to become an innovation and entrepreneurship hub. And we try to spearhead this at the authority through multiple avenues, one of them being our Ma'an Social Incubator program. So we attract innovative solutions across social challenges. Again, I stress we are here to evolve the social sector and not strictly a specific industry or the economy as a whole, but the social and third sector, which are social enterprises that create social impact. I know I've said social a lot, however, that unfortunately is the only term available at this time. Nevertheless, I will, on the limiting factor, if we are simplifying it into those 4 elements that you mentioned, I think the limiting factor is something that I would call it overarches those 4 elements, being the funding, the market, the talent, and the coaching. What overarches those, and that to me is the limiting factor, having operated in this sphere for 3 years and having personal and professional experience in the matter, I would say is the entrepreneurial mindset. What is limiting us is that we haven't accelerated this kind of thinking, the value add of being entrepreneurial, the value add that startups and these agile small businesses bring, how to be innovative. We share the term innovation, we use the term interchangeably and very quickly nowadays. It's become a buzzword. But are we instilling innovative and entrepreneurial thinking to lead to innovation? When it comes to all of these different stakeholders, whether they be government, public, private, everyone wants it, but do they understand what it entails? For example, we have venture capitalists across Abu Dhabi that are very, that are contributing significantly. However, are they supporting the early stage, the ideation stage? Are we increasing the funnel that could ultimately lead to exit stage startups where this innovation ecosystem can flourish? So there, in my opinion, the limiting factor is that we expect the ends without the beginning. Everyone is jumping the track, let's say. We want to get there now. However, if we really espouse the entrepreneurial mindset, which means that we teach our young ones from kindergarten, from school, to be curious, to explore, to experiment. This ultimately will turn out into people that are heading finance funds that are keen on experimentation, so therefore they will take that risk, not necessarily generating high returns. So in my humble opinion, it's that entrepreneurial way of thinking where we're not afraid of failing and making mistakes, where we're not afraid of developing something that might not be successful in the market. So we create this test bed where the UAE, Abu Dhabi specifically, can really spearhead experimentation and supporting that entrepreneur when they fall and decide to step up again and try another time.
May I just add something? I love what you're saying, what she's saying, I support it, but I'd like to add that it actually starts from home. As mothers, as fathers, it's our responsibility to do that at home. So I'm a single mother of an 8-year-old Zayed, so I'm Zayed, And I started that with Zaid since he was born. I'm an example of what you do. I'm INGFIT, I-N-G-F-I-T. I'll say that when it's my turn, but I'm just saying, excellent. You mentioned kindergarten. You mentioned, I love that, but even go deeper from home.
And Khadija, we'll come back to you because we all know that you are a mother now. I think it's getting clearer and clearer and clearer, but you have much more to include in your curriculum, so I would be happy to yeah. And as a happy father of 4 daughters, I can only agree. So, but before moving to a family conversation and innovation potentially, I would like to now join us, please, and if you can introduce yourself a bit further and share your view, because we are here to share different angles about this best ecosystem we can build for innovation in the region and the potential limiting factor in your view. Naif, please.
Thank you, Alexia. And, my name is Naif Shaheen. I'm the Director of Innovation and Knowledge from the Department of Economic Development, Abu Dhabi. We fall under the Competitiveness Office of Abu Dhabi, COAD, and the main focus of the Competitiveness Office is to look at the ease of doing business, to look at innovation and knowledge, to look at the competitiveness fundamentals. I think if you guys are probably familiar, we launched the Innovation Abu Dhabi Innovates ecosystem back in May. And while we're looking at that ecosystem, before we launch it, we looked at the 3 key, I would say, components of any innovation ecosystem. So it's the innovation funding, the innovation regulation, and then bringing together the key players and stakeholders. And that would essentially increase your entrepreneurship capacity and will increase your innovation capacity. Now, having spoken about that, when you talk about the limiting factor, and I want to just build on what my colleagues were saying, the funding is important, but we also have we wanted to remove, from a regulation point of view, we wanted to make Abu Dhabi easier for making business. So we've reduced the fees by almost 95%. We are now, you can get a license at 1,000 dirhams. We've reduced the requirements across different entities by around 70-something%, around 75%. So that makes it easier for you to come here. A part of our ecosystem is to attract talents and to retain the talent. So what we did is we looked at all the incubators, the accelerators that we mentioned that are available in Abu Dhabi, and we made sure we gave them all the license and we linked them with the Abu Dhabi Residence Office. So they can now nominate people for the Golden Visa. That's part of keeping and retaining the talent. And I think if you take this, and now given that we're in Sorbonne University and talking about the universities, a lot of the students finish their end-of-year projects and they finish their education and they tend to find jobs somewhere else, or they tend to leave. One of the initiatives we're looking at is how we take the end-of-year project and turn that into an actual business. Change these kids from job seekers to job creators. Have them bring their fellow students with them and form a company. But the thing is, it always comes back to one key point that I hear everywhere I go. How do we know the demand? Where do we find what solution, what problem are we solving? Innovators find a solution today, build it, and then go find someone who wants to adopt that solution. I think where our role is coming as the government and as the economic department is how do we find the demand from the government entities, from the big corporates, and we bring them to these innovators and we ask them to solve them. How do you learn, how do you instill that sort of innovative entrepreneurial sort of thinking in them, make sure they want to solve these problems. So that's creating that link and the demand. One of the other factors, I mean, there are 5 drivers in the innovation ecosystem. So we're looking at spaces and places. We looked at the demand. We're looking at the knowledge and talent. We look at the funding. I mean, funding in the early stage, the R&D stage, is usually something everybody stays away from. Because the revenue is not there. Everybody looks at the growth stage. Are you making revenue? Are you at that upward trajectory? So they want to come in at that round and make sure in 7 years you make the returns. But we're trying to look at funding of TRL 5 to 9, the companies that are still going from POC to the actual market. They're leaving the R&D center. This is where we're trying to find a solution to support them. Make sure they find the right funding, they find the right support to be able to get to the markets. I think these are some of the challenges that we have, and again, to retain the talents is we're doing a lot from the ease of doing business. Abu Dhabi and the UAE is ranked first in the ease of doing business. From 2009 up till today, on a competitive level, we've moved from 100 something in the world to top 10. We're the 8th in the competitive scale. So I think we're putting the right ingredients, we're doing the right things, but there's always room for improvement, and there's almost room to do more. I mean, even on the global innovation index, our input is really high, but our innovation output is still lacking, which means we're giving the incentives, we're giving the right requirements, we're giving all the right ingredients, but the output and the tangible sort of results is where we need to do more, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Naif. And I like that each of you share that it's a systemic approach. It's a holistic approach. It should include, even if you have each of you let's say your angle to it, you always mention the rest of the ecosystem as a key. Khadija,
I can add to what my colleague said. He said very important term, technology readiness level, TRL 4 or 5 towards 9. Whatever we are doing, for example, in Abu Dhabi government now in terms of Technology Innovation Institute, maybe I mentioned that earlier, it's up to technology readiness 4. But then there is Aspire company, and I believe maybe in a lot of now companies, they will do the same, how they take this technology, a proof of concept, towards technology readiness number from 5 to 9. So what it means that it will be ready to be launched in the market, and it will be in the market as a product at the end. And the innovators and the incubator always should look to TRL 4 plus and more. So you will have an idea, and maybe your idea will be always on the research paper, but now there is a further step that you have to take, how I can move from number 2, technology readiness number 2 and 3, towards 9. And UAE government, they give you all the means to do this. There will be a lot of challenges, but you have to do it. And he mentioned something also, I would like to comment, the demand. How the researcher, or maybe the scientists, or the incubators, or maybe the entrepreneurs, they will know the demand by reading. And even the government, when they will give you this is the demand, you know what is the demand, because you know what the human needs. For example, I have a market in a product in the market, but in terms what it's give me, it is not efficient, whether it's a mobile phone. So maybe the power emission or the signal what I am receiving in this, for example, auditorium, it is not sufficient for me. So maybe there is another entrepreneur here who will think, okay, what about increasing or inventing something that it will boost the energy, although we have a semantic building here. So here where it comes the idea. The idea, it comes from the needs for us as a human.
And I think it's an opportunity, as we have a lot of local business leaders in the room, that the demand needs to be generated locally to support the overall, let's say, innovation ecosystem. Khadija, please join us. First, I would like you to share the other facet of your curriculum, in addition to being a committed mother. And second, you went through this innovation ecosystem. You build your business yourself, and happy to get your view on what are the limiting factors currently on this innovation ecosystem that is currently in place in your experience of entrepreneur.
Thank you so much. First of all, merci beaucoup for being here. Actually, my name is Khadija Al-Amri. As you all know, I'm a graduate of Panthéon Assas Paris 2, Le Droit, International Ressources Humaines et Relations du Travail. So I did International Human Resource Management and Labor Relations in Assas, Paris 2. And I actually worked for Total, when it was Total, now it's Total Energies, and La Défense. So France has always had a special place in my heart. because as an Emirati, born and raised in Abu Dhabi Emirate, I'm Amriya, which means my family is very conservative. Until today, my grandma will never meet a man if he's not a husband or mihram, like we say, a brother, and we respect that. So me going to France as an Emirati Amriya, it was the challenge, the first obstacle that I had to lead the way and open for all the Emirati women. I was a 24-year-old, so all my life, public school, Abu Dhabi Women's College for my education. I was very much prepared academically to lead and get grant a scholarship in Total and study in Asas, one of the strongest institutions on the world in le droit, which is the law. And here I am today to share. I know you all spoke about limitations, but I want to speak about something much more important. Let's be a bit more positive and think about, we are in the UAE, the country of Baba Zayed, Allah yarhamah. We are, all of us, either Emiratis or not, we are the children of Baba Zayed, Allah yarhamah, and the legacy carry on. Muhammad bin Zayed, Bu Khalid, he says we are his children. So when I come back to my country, after I left my country in 2009, so 2009, and then from there, I was the first, again, Emirati diplomat to be sent to Tokyo to serve in the mission, when the ladies, Emiratis, were never sent there because it's considered as a difficult country because of the earthquake and the natural challenges and the culture. So Khadija Al-Amri, again, the first Emirati to have served. And all these experiences, I fell in love with France and Japan, and I did my PhD in Japan. So I'm a professor in human resource management in the College of Business in Zayed University. So I am, again, the first Emirati to have graduated with an honor degree from a Japanese institution. Thank you so much. It was nothing. I'm just like everybody else. We all capable, alhamdulillah, same brain, same talent. The only difference is that we are in the UAE. The leadership has given us everything. Free education, Total scholarship. I got, actually, my PhD was higher education scholar. So, well, it used to be higher education, now it's Ministry of Education, right? So if I did not get that support from my leadership and my country, I would have never been here today. So I just recently came back to my country after so long, 5 years back home. I'm a single mom to an 8-year-old. Now the funny thing is, you'd think I'm an Emirati. Of course I am, heart and spirit and soul. But I had to go through a reverse culture shock for the past 5 years. Adjustment period. Because this country is amazing. Think about the population. 80% of this country is expat. You're talking about diversity, you're talking about tolerance. Tolerance to diversity. I'm not talking about surface diversity, I'm talking about the deep diversity. So yes, we're Emiratis, but there is deep diversity, which means the way you think, your personality, your values, and so on. So when I came here, I discovered that as a professor, my students were ill. Young Emiratis with type 2 diabetes, obese, غدة, hypothyroid, Hashimoto, name it, تكيسات في المبايض. And I was like, stop, what is going on? I'm a researcher. I start doing research. In 2018, I tested the water by going to Free Zone in Dubai. I wanted to see if I create an online store, a B2C, where it's InkFit UAE, so fasting, ketones, all that. If I create that to support all those students, my students, because I'm an educator, and as you know, professors, our performance appraisal for professors is completely different than corporate. We do service, teaching, and not just the regular teacher. We actually supervise interns and we mentorship, so we're mentors. And then we do research, right? Research, service, and so part of my service, I wanted to help my people as an Emirati, seeing a problem. Young generation that are not even married, they have not even started their life. They're here on campuses and they have all these health concerns. After my research, I realized there is something called metabolic. So I'm not gonna go with the boring research. Sugar could be a cause of all of that. So I created ING-FAT. So when I studied in public schools, they taught me, if you add ing to any verb, it becomes continuous. So ing fit, you're continuously fit. We're trying to advocate for health and fitness, changing mindset. You're not losing weight because you're getting married or you're shedding the baby weight. No, it's a lifestyle you're committing to. Health and fitness, ing fit, it's a mindset. So I launched with the Free Zone to test the water. Obviously, I'm not rich, I don't have money. So I used my savings to test, and thank God, again, this leadership, this country is the best because they're giving us free zone. You know how cost efficient is that for some entrepreneur that we don't have money and that's why we're entrepreneur? And I tested the water and guess what? There is a need. I went to Dubai municipality and I created my license, still with my saving. So money was an issue later when I wanted to expand. Then I seeked Khalifa Fund. Look at this country, look at the leadership. I am a Khalifa Fund company. They've given me 1.5 million and the services, the support. So not only am I an SME Dubai, I'm Khalifa Fund company, and guess what? We are now seed level. We are raising fund, $1.5 million. We're going global. After I got my trademark license, ING-FIT. So I think I'm so proud, and let's...
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much, and being a live example of how we went through this overall ecosystem from the early stage to now the fundings. Maybe I would like to we are conscious of time, but at least a second round robin on how to address the skill gap, because if we assume that talent is an important part of the innovation at scale and at speed, there's a lot we can do on AI, but you need a human in front of it to make it efficient. So what's your view on the skill gap? And especially now if you mentioned the government as a key enabler of this ecosystem on the regulation, can the government do even more on this unlocking the skill gap on the innovation ecosystem?
Of course. So I think I already mentioned earlier, is one of the initiatives we looked at is, again, the innovation and the mindset starts from university, from teaching them how to do the right things, and how one of these initiatives is for us to make sure they become job creators. So we make sure we put them together and put them through a full intensive program and an accelerator program, teach them the skills and the know-how, and then this is how you upskill them. Another thing is for us trying, from livability point of view, we're trying to also make it easier to attract talent to come to UAE and to live in UAE and to live in Abu Dhabi and to be part of our ecosystem. I think when we're talking about, I didn't touch, intellectual property is one of the areas we look at under innovation, and it's heavily under my department. We're working on establishing an IP unit that focuses on everything to do with intellectual property. Now, how do you bring inventors to Abu Dhabi? How do you make sure you attract them? You got to make sure you have the demand there. You got to make sure they have the life that supports them. They have to make sure we have the ecosystem all together to support inventions and turning them into an actual business. So this is where we try to help, from easing the regulation, from trying to bring the ecosystem together, playing with all the partners from academia all the way to incubators and private companies to make sure we support this.
Actually, I'd like to add, since we're talking about talents, I'm also a board member in Abu Dhabi Business Council. And actually, CCI France, thank you so much. I learned so much from them. They've created this amazing mentorship program where they have looked after our exceptional, so like if I put the HR hat, talent acquisition basically, and it's amazing. So I believe in mentorship. What is the difference between a manager and a mentor? So back to the point, I think such programs could add value to all of you. Like, for example, I'm a professor, right? I'm teaching 100 students as we speak, and I'm supervising interns, 8 interns. Fingers crossed, they get jobs after they graduate, and they will. You know why? Because our youth are very talented. The only thing they're missing is raise awareness. And that's why we are here, to raise awareness, to educate. Now, I started my own, thanks to the French. I'm learning every day French. So it started when I was in France. I was very jealous with the French ladies because they're always fit and thin. And I was thinking, okay, because I was 20 kilo more than this. So thank you, French ladies. You let me think about what is your secret. And I know there's a secret. I'm not sharing. But anyways, back to the point. As a mentor, as a professor, as an educator, I started a Mentor IncFit mentorship program, and I'm so proud to call my student, Mohammed Al-Mazrou'i, to demonstrate my mentorship program. Please join us. So the youth, the talent, the future of this country, Mohammed Al-Mazrou'i, second year Zayed University student. So what did Dr. Khadija...
It's a true happening, it's a true happening, because we have another demo of a startup, but
that it's a true opening.
It's just a small thing. So Muhammad, I told him, I don't like business card. Come on, let's save tree. I want to go environmental friendly. What did Muhammad do? Please, because this is actually application. Do it.
I made an NFC chip. It's like an innovative way instead of having a paper business card. It's like an electronic business card, and you just tap it on your phone, and it shows you whatever you want to display to the person you're showing this to. So
Only for iPhone, though. Apparently, Samsung do not get this privilege.
So we have a clear idea about the next series of it that will make Samsung compatible that we were able to get. Thank you very much. I think this is entrepreneurship.
I am so proud of him because this is what we do. Muhammad al-Masbouri, a student with innovation. In one day, he brought me this, and this cost 2 dirham only. And we can test it. Muhammad, go ahead and test it, please. Because this is, show them.
And for you today is 1.9 gram. Mama, would you like to provide your, on the skill gap topic, on where we can raise the bar collectively for this innovation ecosystem, please?
Most definitely. Now, the UAE has been an attractive location for international talent for decades. We've had an influx of internationals come through to the country. Now, when it comes to the skill gap, I would still insist that we require additional skill sets, and as my colleague mentioned, this is a global challenge. Nevertheless, locally, domestically, we do know that we require specializations that aren't here. Our go-to strategy is to attract them, make sure that we have the right opportunities for them to come and live well. So it has all to do with livability. But I would raise the bar and ask universities and schools to look at the skill sets of the future. Are their curriculums and their modules aligned with these skill sets of the future? As our professor said in an earlier panel today, are we teaching our students to do what a computer cannot do ever? So that should be the mark. At the same, all of these elements should be what we are teaching our young, because they will be the leaders of the future. Now, I know we all look at ourselves and hope that we could be the leaders of the future, but we have to step outside of the box and think, let's look at the kindergarten level. Let's look at what's happening at home. So that's where it starts. You're embedding these necessary skill sets from the offset that are going to turn them into that innovator and entrepreneur. Now, I do understand that we have launched plans, we've deployed strategies, we know that we're deep diving into this specific sector, the UAE's industrial vision of investing, I think, 30 billion in the industry sector to become more of a domestic producer. So we have an idea on what talents we require. On a professional level at Ma'an, we know that within the social sector, these are the gaps. We do not have these talents here in Abu Dhabi, right? So you can start off by educating locally within these fields, and at the same time doing your very best to attract and retain. But I stress that these two must be done simultaneously. We must be educating internally as well as attracting. We cannot depend solely on international talent to fill this gap or retaining them.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm in a paradox. So we collectively are in a paradox that we need, while the innovation can come from technology, you illustrate entrepreneurship through, let's say, what you say, that talent are the fight we need to pick collectively. And I have another personal paradox to give justice to the audience with the 200 questions that I receive on my phone, and to give justice to Martin, that is the master of ceremony, and that need to take over. So thank you very much, and see you soon on the ground.
This panel is 75% of women, and I think there aren't many countries in the world who give justice to women, starting with the US, where very few, now this is much better. I was saying this panel, I think, embodies something we see in the UAE about having 75% of women on the panel. I don't think many economies in the world give justice to their women to power innovation. Think about the US, think about most countries in Europe. Most of innovators are men. It's not the case here, and I think that's a bright future for the UAE. Thank you very much. Now I'm calling Richard Forrest, if Richard, you're here.
event that we Total has a lot of program. Just
Yes.
focus on university.
So we are going to have a 4-minute pitch from Richard about sea air that's going to tell us about his journey into innovation.
It's okay? Yes. So thank you very much to the CCI to give me the opportunity to present you a startup that I think agree with all that we have heard before, the mindset, the small company, the innovation, a lot of innovation, and a new area for us, the green area, how to have a very good carbon footprint. And to achieve that, we need a lot of money, and I think a cooperation between the France and the UAE is a very good thing. So first of all, I have a question for you. What is the main enemy of a boat? If we remove the wind and the waves, the main enemy of a boat is the weight. The weight of the boat itself, the weight of equipment, the weight of passengers. And then, before thinking of hydrogen, energy, new propellers, we have to make a single thing. We have to reduce the drag. And that is the purpose of a very old concept that are hydrofoils. Hydrofoils are kind of wings that are under the water, and when we reach appropriate speed, we lift the boat. So when we lift the boat, as you can see on the picture, only if there is only 30 centimeters over the sea for this small boat, we are able to pass 80 centimeters of waves very, very flat. So it's smoothie, very, very smoothie. It's faster, and we save a lot of fuels. We save around 50% less. So it's incredible. So it's very important to work on hydrogen, but, next please, but it's very important to have a new concept that we can apply to several kind of boats. To give you an example, this one is a project that we are achieving with our local partner, Alcir Marine. It's to propose a ferry, a passenger transport boat, around 20 meters. It will be able to have some retractable foils because it's very important to be able to navigate in shallow waters. It's very important to have an easy berthing, easy docking. So as you can see on the picture number 1, the foils are foldable or retractable. And then after that, we deploy them, and then we can lift the boat. So actually, it's around 50% less fuel consumption, and tomorrow it will be a zero-emission boat. Next, please. So I've created the company 7 years ago, and we worked a lot on 3 main items, 2 technicals. One, the first is the retractability. The second one is the electronic device control, because we have to manage the flaps, because the wings are equipped with flaps, just like your airplane, and then just to manage the horizontality of the boat. So we have invested 6 million euros to achieve the global concept, and now, as you can see on the map, we have several clients. It's not simply a concept, it works, and it's a very important thing. We have 18 patents, and we have built less than 20 boats. The third item is the business, because a lot of times startuppers are very focused on the technical aspects, but a very important thing is to have business. If you don't have any clients, your technology, your innovation will not have any future. And for us, it's the case, because now it's demonstrated. The market for us is there is free focus on the market. There is the yachting market. For example, we have sold several tenders embedded on super or mega yachts. It's about around 8 to 10 meter length. So it's just to have more pleasure, to play with speed. And now we are working on the defense aspects and on the passenger transport. Defense aspects are very important. We have a major contract with the European Defense Agency to propose a 20-meter, very fast and very furtive vessel to carry soldiers, commando on a specific mission. And we are discussing with UAE to make probably the prototype there. A second very important market is the passenger transportation, as mentioned before, with the target of zero emission. Next, please. So, we think that now we are mature enough to propose this kind of ferry. The purpose is to leave the port in the electric way. Then we can fly between 1 or 2 hours, and then arriving in the port with the electric engine too. So it's the first step. And the second step will be a full zero emission when the hydrogen or I don't know which kind of energy will be available. But now we can answer to the question of the carbon footprint decrease. We can decrease around 50%. It's very important. And the project proposed to the UAE is designed with a famous French designer. It's a cooperation between Sierre, the specialist of the flying boats, with Alcir Marine, the specialist of the boat builder located there. They have a big carbon printing machine. And we are working with Sacha Lakik, a famous French designer, to design a very well boat for VIP people. So the next step for us is to make a major fundraising to go in the business really, because 20 boats is not sufficient. We want to become a world leader for this kind of boats, and I hope it will be done with a partnership in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for the pitch. And I think it groups together a few things we've seen here, the best of the UAE, the best of foreign countries to develop innovation. So well done to you, Richard. We are about to start on next and final panel for the day about corporates, a key to hiring and promoting talent. And I'm calling Marwa El Mansouri, board member of the Abu Dhabi Women Council and the CEO of Prosper. Welcome, Marwa.
Assalamu alaikum. It's working, right? Perfect. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So right now I have a script in front of me, but I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to say what's in my heart in regards of talent acquisition and retention in the private sectors. We all have different skill sets here. You know, each individual sitting right now, from students to experienced professional, has a different skill set. Alhamdulillah, our leadership, you will never find this in any other country, and I promise you that focuses as you as an individual. You're not a number, you're a name. So today, we have the enablers of corporations who held the magic key in hiring and promoting talents regionally and globally. Let's welcome on stage Nabil Al-Mas'abi, Chief Human Resources of Taqa. Florence Bult, Chief Sustainability Officer at Shalhoub Group. Felice Dugon-Froville, hopefully I said the last name right, HR Regional Director, Associate General Middle East. François Renier, Head of UAE and CEO of Abu Dhabi and Dubai of BNP Paribas. So is there a microphone there, or should I take the microphone? Or
You can take this one.
Perfect. Thank you. So, today is a special day. We have the most experienced people with the magic key in regards of the private sector into the HR industry. So the first question goes to Florence. As the CSO of Shalhoub Group, can you please shed some light on the strategic focus of your CSR strategy and how it is instrumental when hiring talents?
Thank you, Marwa, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So, at Shalhoub Group, when we came up with the sustainability strategy, we first started with a materiality studies, meaning that we gathered some external stakeholders, internal stakeholders, to define our priorities and what was relevant for us as a group, knowing that we are retailers and distributors of luxury products operating in the Middle East. So we came up with 3 strategic pillars, which are partner, planet, and people. So I will just develop the people for the pillars for the sake of the discussion. So we have a focus on making sure that we are creating the right environment for equal opportunity. We are driving people growth through mentorship, coaching, learning and development, and we have a focus on youth empowerment. So when it comes to our sustainability strategy, it not only allows us to sustain and grow the business, but we also give back to the community while tackling, I would say, global and international issues, because this strategy is also aligned with regional agendas, like the UAE vision, the KSA vision 2030, and of course the global agenda 2030. And this is instrumental when recruiting talent. Why? Because when somebody wants to integrate a company, they are looking for a company with a purpose. Purpose is at the core of everything. They're looking for a company which is authentic, a company which cares, for example, which cares about the environment, which educates about this subject. And more importantly, they want to integrate an environment where they can be themselves. They can have the flexibility of work, balancing their work environment, personal life, where they are given the right tools to develop, and also a company which walks the talk. So a CSR strategy shouldn't remain at the corporate level. And just to give you small examples of what we do, when it comes to, for example, people and gender balance, we created the Women in Leadership program, and we are now running the second cohort. When it comes to inclusion of people of determination, we equipped all our stores in the UAE and Saudi with tools to welcome people with determination, and we have a focus on the recruitment of people of determination. After the pandemic, we kept a total flexibility of work, even allowing our team members, when possible, to work from outside the country for 6 weeks. And more importantly, we also have a very strong employee engagement program where our people can feel involved, and they are hands-on on giving back to the community. So giving guest lectures in universities to support education, protecting the environment, inviting their families, to participate to some initiatives. So this is crucial because they are part of an entire ecosystem of a company which is totally supporting the global, the environment at large. And I would end by saying the best, let's say, recognition we had is we were nominated, we had the label of a great place to work in all the Gulf countries we are operating.
Very nice. Just one more question in regards of that. I know you have best practices. Can you just highlight one of them when it comes to best practices?
Well, I want to have this example about supporting education. I think honestly, and that's a point I wanted to develop later, but we are extremely involved at all levels of our company to support education. So we develop these programs supporting, so Sorbonne, we have a partnership with Sorbonne, with AUS, we have a program where all our experts, where they are in marketing, in finance, experts in accounting. They are doing some guest lectures, bridging the gap between the academic training and the skills needed to enter a company. So for me, and specifically for this forum, because we're talking about education as well, that would be one of the best practices.
Thank you. Felice, as head of HR, what does the social aspect mean for you as a human resources department, and what are your key priorities?
Yes, so for us, you know, the most important is to be a responsible employer. So we put many things in place. Again, we are a big company, so there is a big structure done on the head level, but after, locally, we are doing some things. So there is 4 pillars. The first one is life at work, so to create a nice environment for employees. So you have many things on it. Locals, you know, furniture, home working. It's something that we had much before COVID. There is a second pillar, it's to be part on the social activity locally, so be part on charity. We work also, the third pillar, it's sustainable skills and employability, so training, and I will develop this after, but it's really important to, for our employee to be able to grow within the company. And the last one is to create a fair environment, so it's diversity and inclusion. So working on the diversity, and again, we work a lot on the women to recruit, attract, retain talent, women talent. It's really important, and to give also the same opportunity for all our employees.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Who are students here? Can you raise your hand? Students. Oh, okay. So, what advice would you give students in regards of growth?
What, sorry?
What advice would you give students in regards of growth if they want to enter an international corporation?
To go. No, it's. I think for students, it's important. Again, it's really to think that everything is possible. To develop yourself, to continue to develop yourself all the time. And again, they can join big company, small company. Depends also what they want. I really think that everyone can need to be in the right place in the right moment. So I think it's this who is important.
Thank you, Felice. Francois, are you ready for your next question? I know you're always ready. What main challenges do you currently face when recruiting and developing talents? How do you overcome these challenges?
Well, for us, we are, in the financial services sector, and for many of you who have a link with France, BNP Paribas is a household name, but in this part of the world is not so much the case. When I think when graduates look at the market when they finish their studies, in this part of the world, they would think about energy, they would think about maybe the public sector, they would think about defense, and there are also some historical reasons, because if you look at this part of the world, where were the financial centers? There were first in Lebanon, Western, and then in Bahrain. And in this country in particular, ADGM is 5 years old, the IFC is a bit older, but I think we have, if I may say, a challenge in the financial services sector, which is attracting talents because the sector is not very well known. And moreover, this is a country where there is no lack of money, and banks are there also to support the development of projects. So anyway, that's a challenge, and I'm sure we can overcome it. We, maybe something we did not do enough in the past, which is engaging further with universities. Some things that Elias mentioned, industries have done. We have not done it so far. attending career fairs. I was here a week ago to promote BNP Paribas, and many students clearly were discovering this bank, for which I have worked myself 32 years, and is definitely a household name in many other places. So a number of challenges, and I do believe also that when it comes to attracting people, there is a topic of pay, of remuneration. It's an important topic. The government is doing what it takes, for instance, through NAFIS, to fund some of these roles, and we need to leverage on that.
Perfect, thank you. And just a quick question in regards of the financial sectors. I do understand this is not a new industry in regards of fresh graduates here, but again, what advice would you give, new people who would enter organizations within an international corporation?
Very, very simple, and I will only use the three axes of our bank strategy, which is GTS, growth, technology, and sustainability. And more and more banks are technology company. We do a lot with data basically, and so there is more than extending a credit in banks, and technology is very important, and we do recruit engineers as well. And the second one is sustainability, because we all know, and it's being discussed at length, I'm sure, at Sharm el-Sheikh at the moment, but finance is part of the solution when it comes to the energy transition. And I'm really convinced that someone joining our industry will have a role to play in the energy transition that will have to be financed. And as we know, it's not billions we talk about, it's trillions. And that means you can join a bank also to have an impact.
Thank you, Francois. Nabil, as a Chief Human Resources at Taqa, and of course I think most people want to be in Taqa right now, what challenges does your industry face when sourcing relevant graduates? In other words, what skills do you believe are lacking or are hard to find with fresh graduates coming into your organization?
Well, thank you for that. First of all, I think I owe you an introduction to Taqa. For those who don't know what Taqa is, Taqa means energy in Arabic. Most of you already know that. Taqa is a diversified energy champion, top 10 in the EMEA region. We operate in 11 countries over 4 continents. Our main line of business is utilities, the generation of power and desalination of water, mainly in this region. We own the whole value chain, and we are fully integrated from generation to the end user. We also have oil and gas assets. I just came from a few visits to our oil and gas locations, Canada, Aberdeen, and Kurdistan, and Netherlands. So we are a global organization. We have footprints in multiple jurisdictions around the globe. Those jurisdictions have their own labor laws. They have their own universities and sources of talent, whether fresh graduate or advanced. And our industry is pretty plain vanilla. It's pretty safe, long term. So we are going through a very interesting time now of energy transition. And when we say energy transition, we're talking about focus more renewables, focus more electrification, and what comes with it, which is automation and digitization. So a lot of technologies that are infiltrating and disrupting the industry that was otherwise similar to oil and gas, very stable, traditional, conservative. So we are going through that phase of having to increase dialogue with universities, because the industry is a power and water industry, so it's mainly engineering, mechanical and electrical, to be specific. I myself am electrical graduate, engineering graduate. I worked in oil and gas as well, so I come from an engineering background. And the dialogue that has to increase with the universities is that we need more alignment with the future trends of the industry. And we need that to be embedded in the curriculums. So that's from a knowledge perspective and a technical perspective, but more so, there's a role that everyone has to play in this. It takes more than two to tango in this case. There's multiple elements and variables to this challenge, and the challenge is how do you make sure you get the right talent in the right job at the right time. And there's a role on the organizations as well as the academic institutions I just mentioned. And organizations have to support, guide, handhold, and as one of the previous esteemed panel members mentioned, there's diamonds that need to be polished and gold to be purified. And the question is, are you getting the right talent skills that are set in your highly governed recruitment criteria? Are you selecting people well enough, or are you just saying that all fresh graduates are the same? All people from this particular country, from this particular industry, they all have a commonality, and make assumptions instead of being very, very proactive in sourcing. So organizations have to, first and foremost, enhance and increase governance to the maximum degree in talent acquisition. I think that's a root of all solutions and problems, because you won't have to invest in motivating as much if you get the right people in the right place doing what they like to do, what they can do, or where they can shine. And you are being fair to give opportunities to those who deserve it the most, that add value to the organization. And of course, we cannot ignore the role of the individual, the employee. Especially as fresh graduates, they need to be supported and guided, but at the same time, they need to also put in the effort that they didn't have to put when they were students. So they are transitioning from the student life, the academia culture, to the professional culture, instead of recipients of knowledge, seekers of knowledge in a much more proactive manner, in an accountable manner that's bound by an agreement with an employer. So those are the things that we want to instill in people. So long story short, the key message here is that fresh graduates specifically, if I want to focus on that as an example, fresh graduates specifically need to be guided and given more advice than skills, because that's what they spent time, years studying. They got the skills, they got the tools. You would expect that if you're sourcing them from right schools and you've done the right interviews, so you already tick that box. But what they need is that they need advice, they need hand-holding, they need mentoring, they need coaching. They need to transition from being the students to being the professionals. And therefore, we have. I'll close just with a quick example on what we're doing in Taqa. We have a program called Itlaq, which means launch in Arabic, and that program is particularly focusing on two things. One is having a robust selection criteria, interviews, psychometric assessments, and certain set criteria, one of which is GPA, but it's not the most. We look at extracurricular activities, we talk to universities and look at their dean's list and alumni associations. And the other one is going through a work readiness training and an on-the-job training program. It's not too long, 6 months, plus another 6 months on the job, where someone can really focus on moving into that professional mindset and that accountability of an independent person, professionally, personally, and socially.
Thank you very much. In regards of its itlaq, right? How long is this? Is it 6 months, 3 months?
Well, it's 6 months when it comes to the work readiness training. And then the person assumes the role, but assumes it under an OJT phase, which is the on-job training. And that OJT phase is where the person will be less accountable than after the program. So they'll still be mentored and shadowed from a technical perspective much more than what we have in the work readiness, which is more leadership and behavioral. So it goes from behavioral, and so we transition the mindset and the culture, and then we go into learning the job.
Thank you very much, Nabil. That was a really exciting and fruitful insight in regards of Taqa. So next question is to Florence. This is the most important word, and it's always used, diversity. diversity and inclusion is a major, of course, focus in your CSR strategy. How easy is it to recruit and retain youth? And youth, you've heard it. So you have two words right now, diversity and youth, in Shalhoub Group.
Thank you, Marwa. Look, I mean, we need to prepare the ground. So we do essentially two things. We prepare the ground, and we have a very strong youth-orientated program. So I mentioned some of them when you were asking me about the best practices. So basically, we have all this partnership with universities across the region, even in France, in Italy. I mentioned AUS before. We have now an amazing partnership with Pearl Initiative, which is an NGO focused on governance and transparency here in the region, and the Minister of Youth in Bahrain. And we've created a challenge for students to work on the subject of governance, and we have some experts in the group mentoring this program. Sciences Po, we have now a 6-month program with students to work on a capstone project specifically for clean beauty, which is one of our strategic point of focus. So real business challenge, which is adding value to us, but also to the students. So we're preparing them to if you want, enter into the professional life, seeing the real life business problematic. Recently, we signed an MOU with Dar el Hekma University in Saudi to support young Arab talents. Another steps, and I'm speaking under the control of our talent acquisition team, we've created a partnership with GEMS to integrate younger students here in the UAE, so have them interned into our group. Of course, we have in each Gulf country, we operate national programs, graduate program to try and integrate as much as possible. Integrate, but also retain, work on the retention of nationals in the Middle East. So that's the first part, I would say, preparing the ground. And again, it's also, the recruitment part is also crucial. So again, with the talent acquisition and we've decided to shift a bit the way we're connecting with this youth, to use their language. So it starts at the time where we do the promotion of our group. So and talent acquisition have created a very short video showcasing youth working in our group, just genuinely talking about their experience, how it is to work in the group, you know, what they've learned, etc. It's very short. It's been posted on TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and if I'm not mistaken, it hit already 8 million hits so far. We've invested a lot into new tools for recruitment, so gamification of interviews process, you know, sending a link with questions and asking candidates to post the videos so that they can tape at their own, you know, in their own environment, etc. To a point where the face-to-face interview come at last, you know, so there's one face-to-face at the final stage, which is also great for the environment, and I'm taking my hat of sustainability here. So basically, it's easy enough if we prepare the ground and if we change the way we relate, you know, to this youth. Now, I think it's crucial.
Thank you. It's just out of interest. I have a tech background, so when you say gamification, can you please emphasize on that and highlight how does that work?
Well, of course. So basically, instead of having, you know, the classic face-to-face interview, I'm asking you to come and, you know, to meet in an office, which is important, right? But for the youth, we're asking them to. It's a kind of a game where they can answer questions, and we get to know about their skills and personality. You know, it's very short, it's very fun, it's very gimmicky. So we're getting the right information. Without going through the classic process of, you know, of recruitment. So it's gimmicky and it's effective and it's speaking to the youth.
Really exciting. I want to try that. So question goes to Nabil right now. So I know there was a bit of a jump, right? So Nabil, How do organizations view and tackle defined targets for diversity and inclusion that are guided by ESG principles? And we've heard that a lot, ESG. Government targets and CSR strategies.
Well, a statistic and a number is a number, and a target is good to have. It's good to aspire to. It's a good metric to understand underlying problems, but I think it's very important to bridge that gap between the quota set by the government or set by ESG targets, environmental, social, and governance targets, and really understand what problem we're solving for. And the solution is only effective if the problem is well defined and packaged. And if you ask anyone of my team, I keep saying that every day, that we should really understand and align with business objectives whenever it comes to targets set, and diversity and inclusion is no different. If I use like a few examples of diversity and inclusion in the context of gender diversity, immortalization, people of determination, and youth, those are the 4 areas that are most common. And those are the 4 areas where targets are much more seen, mainly in gender and immortalization. So the major question a corporation should be asking themselves is, not how do I get to that target, but what does that target mean for my business? Because how to get to that target, that's easy because there's multiple ways of getting there, but is it going to be a liability? Is it an obligation? Is it a matter of compliance to a regulation? Or really is a business justification? And I think it's definitely a business justification. It's definitely value in having a diverse workforce. There's value in having UAE nationals or locals. We work in, like I said, 11 countries. We always prefer to have locals of that particular country being the majority, so it's not really something that's unique to the UAE. It's something that every country works on and focuses on, and it really reflects in the likes of retention. It's much easier to retain people who are much more, and motivate people who are much more linked to the location and to the greater cause of the economy that they come from and they're civilians of. So I think targets are a good statistic to track, but I think it's the process of how to get there and the value that it reflects on an organization, so it doesn't become a liability or a tick box that you just fill in with just getting a bunch of fresh graduates or promoting people unfairly just so that they hit a certain number. It really is indicative of a process. So I think we should not look at where we are from that number, but what are the processes that we have and how we can enhance them as much as we can to make it a well-governed and compliant process rather than a number.
Thank you very much. So this is one last question because of time. So I would like to ask our speakers more questions, but in regards of time, I just have one more question for everyone. If you can start with Felice. In your perspective, is there one piece of advice or one measure that you think would improve the recruitment or the retention of talents?
Alors, for me, I think when we say, when we want to keep the talents, I think I will say there is no one answer. There is many answers. It depends of people. You have certain people, they want to stay, they want to develop in your own company. Some of them want to have a work-life balance. Some of them want really to work on a bigger project. So it's really depends. You need to know your employee, and based on the employee, to work on things to keep them. That's all.
Yeah, for me it would be about making sure the company has got a strong culture. You know, we really need to put the purpose right at the core of what we do. Make sure we have a real value proposition for these talents. You know, why would they come? And so they can do research, they can see what we are doing on a strategic level, but make sure also we walk the talk. So making sure that we live and breathe what we are preaching. So for me, it would be making sure we have a strong culture with a purpose.
Thank you. Nabil, you're skipping? Okay.
No, just one thing. I think for those who want, I think a great development in a multinational, as our other panelists mentioned earlier, be bold, spend some time outside of your country, take some risks, and then when you come back here, you will sell like hot property. So I think it's, for me, what I would like them to do.
Thank you very much. So a round of applause to our esteemed speakers and the holders of the key into the HR industry and the recruitment of talent acquisition. Thank you very much.
We leave 1 minute for the picture. Okay, and in the meantime, I'm announcing our next and final speaker. Now we'll leave the floor to Monsieur Jérôme Chartier, who founded Les Entretiens de Royaumont back in 2003. And Jérôme will come on stage to conclude our morning. Welcome, Jérôme.
Mesdames et messieurs, monsieur le ministre, mesdames et messieurs les représentants de la Sorbonne d'Abu Dhabi et bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs les représentants de l'ambassade de France aux Émirats Arabes Unis. My dear friends, it's not a concluded speech, it's just a grateful speech. I think this morning we laid a new stone for enhancing the bridge of French-UAE relationships based on the human spirit, and especially the French and the Emirates spirit, mostly inspired by the vision of Sheikh Zayed. And it's an honor for Les Entretiens, and for me especially, to contribute to this great and deep story of friendship between two great nations. I was frankly totally amazed by this edition of Les Entretiens, and I would like to thank especially 4 persons. First of all, the President of the French Chamber of Commerce of the Emirates, Geoffroy Benitel. And I really want to applaud him. Because firstly, that's not so easy to organize an event like Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. First, it's a non-profit event, only supported by private sector, and that's the reason why I would like to thank especially all the firms who want to support this event, particularly, of course, Total Energy and Chaloup Group, the 2 major sponsors, and of course Thales, Société Générale, Technip, BNP Paribas, who support this event and make this thing possible. Yes, we can apply. Secondly, I would like to thank, of course, His Excellency Dr. Thani Al-Ziyudi, the Minister of State for Foreign Trade, who decided to give his partnership, the sponsorship for Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. I would like to thank Mr. Jean-Baptiste Chauvel, the Regional Economic Counselor for the Arabian Peninsula, who made this morning a perfect speech in the French way and French inspiration. And thank you very much, Jean-Baptiste. Of course, I was, and I'm sure you were, totally impressed by the speech of Zaki Nusembe, a French spirit speech in French. And as French guy, you can imagine how I was impressed by the French of Zaki Nusembe. And maybe you know, last June, the 14th, Zaki Nusembe became a member of the French Science and Politics Academy, which is the highest level of French spirit in France. And that was not and as you can imagine, that was not so simple to find someone who speaks this perfect French to become member of this institute, and that's the reason why that was a great honor for us to have him this morning. And of course, I would like to thank Philippe Le Drian. And that's a private joke. Jean-Yves Le Drian, it's a very good friend of mine for a very long time, and he decided to accept our invitation to become the special guest of Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi this year. And I really want to say, Jean-Yves, how much it's a pleasure for us, it's a proudness for us, and especially for me. And thank you to take some time to honor Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. I would like to thank all the panelists, and first of all, the president of Total Energy of the UAE, Elias Cassis, who talked with great talent about the personal investment of the company into formations. Also thank the CEO of Strata, Ismail Abdullah, and we discovered that he's also a great specialist of football. And thank the moderator, Shaban Boukaita. I would like to congratulate in a warmly way Professor Silvia Serrano for an investment first and a marvelous speech, and also Marcus Müller-Abig, and of course Benoît Janin, who came directly from Bretagne, the region of Boss of Jean-Yves Le Drian. And I would like to finish to thank, of course, the mother of us, Khadija Alamirin, also Esteban Amazouai, also Mona Al-Shami, Naïef Abdullah, and Alexis Le Canuet, and I realized how much the job of moderator can be hard from time to time. And finally, thanks very much to Marwa Al-Mansouri, Richard Forrest, Félicie de Gonfreville, Florence Bult, and François Régnier, the CEO of BNP Paribas, for Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which is a partner of Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi. And my last word before inviting you to the lunch is for all the great team of the French UAE Chamber of Commerce, especially Agnès, Neila, Martins, and all the hands who make this event possible. So thank for them all. And rendezvous for the fourth Les Entretiens d'Abu Dhabi, probably next year, in the same time of the COP28 in the Emirates, which it should be a very, very great moment. Thank you very much.